looks like we're just waiting for, hi Nicole, a couple more people. Nicole, just a heads up, we're streaming live to the public right now. We haven't officially started, but we are live to the public. And Rob, I think we're just waiting for Julie Linder, is that correct?
Julie.
Julie. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Super. Just Patty or Rob, before we officially start the meeting, give me a warning so that I can start recording. I have recording paused while we set up.
Do we have participants from the two issues before us? that are
We do, we have
joining?
12 attendees in the waiting room. So it looks like
I
we have a pretty full house in a good way.
Mhm.
Julie's
So will they be
present as a attendee. Christie.
I'm sorry, Rob?
Julie is present as an attendee.
Thank you. I'll move her over. Here's Julie. So Patty, as we approach the projects, I'll move people over to
Okay.
the meeting portion with you. Until then, they're
Okay.
just kind of sitting in a waiting room.
Okay,
So they can see and hear, but they can't speak as of yet.
got it.
All right. So I'm going to start recording and you can start the meeting when you're ready.
Okay. Rob, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. So the September 21st, 2020 meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission of Chagrin Falls is called to order. The first item on our agenda is approval of minutes from our meetings held in July and August. Did everybody receive the minutes, and did anybody have any comments or changes to suggest?
I'll make a
Okay,
motion
um,
to approve both.
Okay, I'll second that.
Rogoff,
Yes.
Pelosi,
Did we lose Nicole?
is Nicole there?
Yeah, she's saying yes, but we can't hear her, but I see her mouth saying yes.
Okay.
And her,
Henniger,
yes,
Davis,
Yes.
Baker.
Yes. Okay, and then we have two other issues on the agenda. I'd like to switch, like, actually, now my agenda is only showing, is Solither Lane on the agenda? Oh, there it is, sorry. It was not showing there. I think we'll deal with Solither Lane lot consolidation request first, because I think it's a little bit more straightforward. We've already than the brick house development. So unless anybody has a big issue with that. Christy, do we need to have people join the meeting for this
Yes. We have to
project?
Promote up the panelists.
I will do so.
Okay.
Okay. Nicole can't unmute. She needs a password.
Nicole needs a password to unmute. That's,
Tell her to try her if she's on a Mac, to use her Mac password, because that happened to me a couple meetings ago, and that's the password that they seem to want. And at least it worked for me.
If you are representing the Soul Leather Lane project as an attendee in the waiting room, would you please raise your hand in the Zoom platform so I can identify you? Thank you. I will be on the lookout for any other hands raised, but we have a number of panelists on board right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'll mute myself now.
Nicole, any luck?
She's good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
So we reviewed this in May, I believe. And I'm not going to go through it unless anybody feels like they need an introduction or refresher on what the issue was, this lot consolidation. But what has transpired since it was approved by our board 3-2 to allow this lot consolidation. It was then that decision was appealed to the Board of Zoning Appeals by the owners of a neighboring property. And BZA upheld our decision to allow the lot consolidation. After that, it was challenged. That decision was challenged, and council made the decision to remand this issue back to us. And the take-home message, I guess, was that planning and zoning did not have the authority to grant or allow consolidation of these parcels because it would create a lot that requires variances by BZA to build a home on. So, Nancy, do you want to interject?
I'm
And
not sure that was the reason that I don't think that was the reason that we just don't have authority under the code to modify to that extent and create a lot like that. Not that the lot needed, not that the created lot needed or didn't need variances. We didn't have the authority to create the lot.
Nancy, if I could interject, Nancy's correct. You have the authority to modify the ratio of the lot width to depth, but the total depth is a zoning code variance that only the Board of Zoning Appeals could grant. So that was the error, because when you created the lot by letting it consolidate and granted the modification, it in effect created a non-conforming lot that you didn't have the power to do. So that's why council sent it back to you, and you can consider the consolidation, but you can't grant it without the Board of Zoning Appeals also granting a variance on the total lot depth.
and
Patty,
it
Patty, I
can't
can
be-
read the exact motion if you'd like me to.
Sure.
Okay, this motion was from Council President Erin Grube. She said, I move to reverse the decision of the Board of Zoning Appeals, vacate the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and direct the Planning and Zoning Commission to revisit the matter and condition any re-subdivision and lot consolidation approval with any required modification by the Planning and Zoning Commission on the original applicant receiving any needed variances for consolidating lots and re-subdividing the land from the Board of Zoning Appeals. And that was the motion that was passed by council.
And the variances that would be required for consolidating lots and re-subdividing the land from the Board of Zoning Appeals pertain only to the depth, Dale?
The, you can't grant the lot depth approval. So you could grant the modification on the lot width to depth ratio, but you'd have to approve it contingent upon the Board of Zoning Appeals granting a variance on lot depth. Or you could defer action and say, we will consider this once you get your variance and then come back to us for approval. You can do it either way.
And the lot depth variance is the only thing they would need to receive from BZA at this point until they propose a home?
Correct.
Yes.
Does anybody else on the commission have any questions about this matter?
Oh, well then, if there aren't any, I move to,
Wait, I do have a question, sorry.
Oh. okay.
So this is a matter of process, Dale? BZA approved what they had to approve, we approved what we could approve, but we did it in the wrong order?
BZA did not make a decision about anything about the lot. They basically were upholding our decision to allow the consolidation. I don't think they specifically addressed approving the lot depth. They were.
They
being-
talked for 15 pages. I think the lot depth was discussed at length.
It was, but Patty's right. The decision was solely to uphold the decision of P and Z to grant the modification. The original code review with this and the code section to this day still reads, in my opinion, that P and Z does have the authority to modify the lot. After the fact, we had a challenge brought to us from a neighbor on another code section that they felt applied that superseded that, and that, and Dale, correct me if I'm not explaining this correctly, that procedurally the variance should be granted first, or the modification of the subdivision should be granted contingent upon a BZA review of a non-conforming lot being approved. So we went back and reviewed the procedures, looking at it from that perspective, and this is the course of action that would address that concern.
Right. If you think about how this worked, the appeal to the Board of Zoning Appeals wasn't on the issue of lot depth. It was on your modification. And it wasn't
Okay.
until we really were in front of council that the issue was raised that you didn't have the authority to grant the lot depth variance. Because in effect, by granting the consolidation, you were allowing the lot to be created, and it created a depth that didn't meet the minimum.
Still kind of lost.
So basically, I think, yes, that it was a procedural
Okay.
concern.
So it's procedural.
Oh.
And who can approve the lot depth? Council?
It's Board of Zoning
BZA.
Appeals.
BZA.
Right.
So this whole thing, okay,
So the fact that they upheld our decision
should,
indicates
right.
probably that they don't have a big issue with the lot depth.
Well, I mean,
Um,
it's stated
but-
in those 15 pages that, that the lot depth, anyway, okay. So it's a procedural
Unless they
thing
just-
because, okay,
Well, but if you read the vote, after you get to the end of the 15 pages, they're pretty specific that what they're voting on is that we did not, I forget what the language, I don't have it in front of me, but we didn't make an error of decision. Dale will know the right words, but it was really not, when you got all through the 15 pages, it wasn't about any of the substantive matters about the property. It was that we did not act wrongly. Then apparently it went to council and they said, well, yeah, you did. So I'm not
Okay.
sure that the BZA upholding, if I'm interpreting this right, when they upheld what
The
we said, they're
appellants.
just saying, yeah, they acted properly.
No.
We reviewed and they acted properly, and then council disagreed, I guess. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's correct. And there's never been a variance requested yet for the lot depth. So that's something that the property owner has to do as part of the process here.
So if they, so they would be submitting a request for a variance on a hypothetical parcel?
Opposed.
Yeah, but that happens all the time. I mean,
Okay,
that's acceptable.
okay.
Okay. So our job today is to do what, Dale?
Well, as Rob said, and I agree with him, you can review the modification and allow the consolidation conditioned upon the Board of Zoning Appeals granting the lot depth variance. Or you could defer action and say, okay, property owner, you need to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals first, get the variance, then come back and we'll grant you, I mean, we'll consider your request for
Consolidation.
consolidation.
And we're not, if they get the variance, we don't necessarily have to grant the consolidation.
Right.
Got it.
The fact that you already granted it though, and assuming the facts haven't changed, you know, there has to be some new evidence.
Okay. Is it incumbent upon
But I
us to
believe
listen?
the appellant, I think the
Sorry.
appellant is prepared to make new arguments and present new evidence that you didn't hear the last time.
Okay, so it's incumbent upon us to listen to what the appellant has to say before we make any motions or anything. We should
Well,
listen
unless we want to remand it to
to BZA first.
see what BZA says first. And I don't, personally, I think that might be the way to go, because if it's dependent upon getting the variance from BZA anyways, you know, it's sort of a moot point for us to hear anything right now. They should present it to BZA. If they get the variance, then they'll come back to us.
Got it.
Right. Right. And that's why,
That's
so
in-
I would move that we,
But wait a second, Nancy, before you do that, even though you're assuming you don't need to take action, you do have to allow the parties to present their positions to you before you can act.
Okay,
So
Okay.
the order that it should go in is that the proponent or the property owner should speak first, put on whatever testimony or arguments they want to make, and then anybody who's opposed should be permitted to speak.
so
can we limit this somehow to new information that's, because we went through this in pretty good detail prior. So
I think
there's new
yeah.
information?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you have the discretion to do that.
Okay,
to clarify this, Dale, we're to listen to the presentation that they would make to BZA when we don't have any authority to do anything with this matter.
No, that's not what I'm saying. The presentation they would make to you is on the modification of the lot, the consolidation of the lot and the modification to allow the lot width to depth ratio to be granted. But the reasons why they should be entitled to a variance on the lot depth, that only is to be heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals.
and we should hear it now because maybe it would have us grant the modification contingent upon BZA's decision versus remanding it to them and then coming back to planning and zoning.
Or
Right.
if the opposition is such that we decide not to, then it doesn't have to go to BZA. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, it could still go to BZA, but then they'd be going on the denial of the modification as well as the variance.
Right.
Okay, well, let's start with the testimony that the property owner would, or yeah, the property owner would like to present.
I guess it's me. I'm Dennis Marino. You can all hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to say this is yet another wrinkle in this saga for us. We've been trying to follow the rules and doing what we're told here for all this time, and we're hoping that you will get us through this hurdle so we have just the BZA to deal with after this, and we can move forward with our project or not. We thought we were there a few months ago, and obviously we're not. We went through this. We had a very lengthy meeting previously, and I don't want to really subject anyone to that again. This is just our hope to complete this subdivision after years and years of trying to go about it a different way. There's been, the only opposition we have really is, I think we've got the adjoining property owner who actually lives nowhere close to this property that is objecting to it. And their objections involve stuff that's really irrelevant. We don't have a hillside issue. We don't have erosion issue. We'll actually improve the drainage issues for their property by directing everything off our property to the storm sewers that were installed with the subdivision over 30 years ago. When 14 lots were in fact approved for the street. As for, there's another adjoining property owner that's expressed some concern. We will not be anywhere near his property. We will not be affecting his property. And again, another mood issue. There's a lot of a lot of irrelevant material being thrown up here that's not valid. So I'd be happy to answer any of those. People have brought up issues pertaining to 75 Soleather. I believe we have the property owner at 75 Soleather on the line to state that all the concern over that is moot as well, because it was not a hillside issue. It was not a naturally occurring issue. It was self-created by a previous property owner, and it's been rectified and is no longer an issue. And like I say, as a builder in the community and a community member for many years, I'm not going to subject my reputation to any harm by creating a lot I think could be a problem for somebody else down the road. So I don't know if there are any other questions involving this. I'd be happy. And Rob, I don't know if you can show that site plan I sent you today, showing how the house is actually located in relation to.
Yes. Yeah, hold on, please. Is that this plan?
That's the one, yeah. It shows our proposed home site in blue there. All the other property owners on Soleather, as well as other, that the people, the adjoining neighbors that have an issue where their homes are located, we're not going to be impacting them. I mean, we're not going to affect their property value, and other than in a positive fashion. The house, in fact, at 120, like is noted here, is currently vacant. I don't know what their future intent is, and that's not our place to speculate. So I just know what we're proposing here, and like I say, that is the footprint of the house and where its relation is to everything else. And like I say, I'm open for any other questions in regard to that, other than everything we discussed previously. When you approved this when was that, May?
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Marino? Rob or Dale, you were the one that was saying how this should go. Who should speak next?
Well, if there's anybody else in favor of the project, they should speak.
Okay. Is there anybody else in favor?
Are there any attendees in favor of the project? If so, please raise your hand on the Zoom platform if you'd like to speak.
Actually, if Dr. Albers is on the call, if I could ask him to speak to that, put this issue to bed once and for all regarding 75 Soleather.
Dennis, who is it I'm looking for?
Dr. J. Albers, who's the homeowner at 75 Soleather.
I don't see that person nor
I don't think
identifying themselves.
an issue at 75
Albert,
was.
his name is Albert J. is the
Oh,
username.
I don't know that an issue at 75 was something that was taken into consideration in our decision on.
Not in our decision, Patty,
Okay.
but I think that's what's part of the impetus of the opposition. So I think
It's a large part of the position, yes.
it's why we need to listen to it.
Hey, Christie? Christie,
Yes,
I can see in the chat that it looks like an Albert J. did send a chat message, but I don't see that person listed as a panelist or an attendee.
that's exactly what I'm trying to convey. That person had been in attendance, but they are not currently.
Okay.
And then there's,
But Christy, it says I'm still here. Albert J is the one typing in the chat.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me,
J Alberts.
I will. Hmm.
and there's also Bob Coy, it looks
Yeah.
like.
Bob Coy's in the group. If he
Oh,
wants
okay.
to speak, he has the ability to unmute himself.
And
I am working to try and locate Mr. Albers.
Well, I'll go ahead and just say hello. This is Bob Coy while we're trying to get Dr. Alberts on with us as well. Just a couple of other things that I would probably add is, it is an irregular shaped lot that we're proposing, and that obviously is what's causing the shorter depth. However, when you compare it size-wise to others in that same zone, there are several homes that are within a block of this that are in the same zone that are smaller, much smaller from an acreage standpoint. 99 West Summit, for instance, 123 West Summit, 141 West Summit. So all the ones that are right there across the street from this. And if you look at Soleather, part of what's typically appealing, as we all know, to a home is some of the frontage. And the frontage of this lot is actually the second largest on this street. And then where the home would sit gives us, except for that small exception to the 50-foot variance in the front, or need in the front, that small exception we discussed on the prior call, to put a 3-car garage there. If we put a 2-car garage, we don't need any variance there or any exception there. But to put a 3-car garage, which is standard for this neighborhood, it comes just slightly across that. So it gives, a home that fits the size of the neighborhood, between 34 and 4,200 square feet, with a 3-car garage and plenty of setback from the road as well as the backyard. And again, as was discussed, Dennis mentioned, and was discussed in a prior meeting, I think, the city had identified that this is not a hillside lot. So the drainage, if anything, would be improved actually by draining that water to the road, which again, I do think it's applicable for Dr. Alberts if we're able to get him on, just to comment on his property, only because the party that has questioned this lot consolidation, that has been something that they've raised several times, which we don't think is applicable to what we're proposing here. So thank you for that. I just wanted to add a few thoughts there. We're trying to get Dr. Alberts on the line here.
I have one
We're trying to
question.
troubleshoot here. Patty, what is your suggestion? So the The tricky thing is I see Dr. Alberts typing, but I don't see him in any of the attendee lists that I manage.
I'm just wondering if it might be the same issue that Nicole was having, but you're saying you don't see him at all.
I had a problem. It had a pop-up box looking for a password, which I didn't know. So I had clicked the link apparently without the password attached. So getting out and getting back in Dr. Alberts is how I fixed it. There you go. It was weird. My computer gave me the circle of death when I went off of the Zoom dialog box. I couldn't unmute myself either. So it might be the same thing. He's going to try again.
Okay, super. And I'm constantly looking to see if we have a new attendee. So I'm on
Yeah.
the lookout.
Okay, Judy, did you have a question in
I
the
just had a
meantime?
quick question while we're waiting. This, looking at this drawing reminded me that there was one corner of the garage that was outside of the 50-foot setback. Is that what BZA is going to address when they talk about lot depth, or should they also be addressing that?
No, because we have no plans presented for the house.
So this is just a for instance.
Yeah, this is a for instance, just to show what a footprint would look like on the site. But
We had also, I've noticed in the BZA notes, and it's a good point, there was a question about some commentary that we made when we were doing our final motion that wasn't in the language of the motion. So we were talking about, well, could it be conditional on no more variances or the house being cited right there, but they weren't part of the motion. So I thought maybe that was part of where we got.
That is in fact our commitment to this. I mean, that's where a house would go, and that's more or less, I can't imagine, we're not going to be outside of that footprint really. We can't be. That garage, that one little front protrusion is proposed having a 3-car garage, which the majority of the homes on the street have. With the 2-car garage, we wouldn't need that. But that's, like I say, we're trying to, again, being compatible with the neighborhood as well, so.
Yeah, I'm just thinking procedurally for us, we just need to make sure for this or other things, if there are things that we want to be conditions of the motion from our side, they have to be in the language of the motion, which BZA pointed out that was not. So, but
I appreciate the concern. Let's only do this one more time.
Yeah.
But Dale, we can't predict every variance that will be required for the home that is eventually proposed there. The only variance that this would be contingent upon would be the overall depth of the lot. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct. Until there's a home plan or home design presented, there's no action that could be taken on any variance for that. That would come back to the Board of Zoning Appeals. It doesn't go through you.
And the fact that if they were to grant this depth variance, they look independently at all future variance requests, or are they then somehow required to, give other variances to allow a home on this lot that's been created?
No, they're not bound to give any other variances. They take each one on the merits as they come up.
Okay. And is the village in any sort of position of being liable or something of a takings if we allow creation of a lot that is ultimately decided to be, they can't build the house they want to build there?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but
If BZA allows the lot to have this depth and we allow the consolidation, but future variance requests are not granted, is the village then in a position of, in trouble for having created a lot that we're denying the builder the right to use or something like a takings?
well, they they'd have to show that there's no viable way to use the lot at all. And as Mr. Marino just said, if they had to, they could build a 2-car garage and not need any variances. So they wouldn't ever be able to make a taking argument. The fact that
No,
the fact that you've created the lot and then they can't build exactly what they want wouldn't put us in a position of being exposed to a taking claim.
the 2-car garage would only eliminate the front yard issue. There's still a major variance in the backyard, that the backyard would be 30 feet instead of 50 feet.
No, that wouldn't apply because of there's a clause in the code that also gives a percentage of the lot depth.
Right.
Because we did discuss this.
Okay, yep,
Yep, we discussed
Okay.
that.
yep. Thank
Only
you.
So
Whatever.
30 foot does meet the requirement if the lot is created with the lesser lot depth.
Got it. I see Mr. Alberts now. Would you like to speak?
Sure. So yeah, Jay Alberts, 75 Soul Leather. And, you know, I have just heard some of what was been talking about and just other discussions and the issue of drainage and erosion. And again, speaking to 75 Soul Leather, there was a history there, but the cause of the erosion was all of the water draining off the roof, et cetera, in the property was going into essentially a tile. That tile became impaired, impacted, something. So it was starting to leak. And, you know, again, there's a whole lot of history there during that process that we investigated prior to purchasing the home. What was going on. And, you know, it turns out that because it was leaking at a small spot, not all the way down to the river, the land was scarping away, as I understood it from our engineer. And Bob Flesher then purchased the land and did a tremendous amount of buttressing. And during that buttressing, he discovered the block tile as a cause of it. Regardless, he continued to do the buttressing as prescribed. But again, based on what he said and our other engineer who reviewed it, it seemed like the erosion that was there was due to either a poor design of the tile or somehow it got kinked during install or something. And it wasn't necessarily due to the slope of the land per se.
Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor of this project?
Yeah, I just wanted to put on top of, in addition to Dr. Albert's comments, the original owner of the property, against advice from us, installed a lot of topsoil in the backyard, which covered the drain pipe outlet and obstructed it. And that's in turn what caused the problem. So it was nothing naturally occurring on that hillside. That hillside's stable. It can easily be built on, and it has been built on. And I've got pictures, in fact, of the house 65. It shows no signs of movement in the 30 years it's been there. So I'd just like to put that issue to bed once and for all, that the hillside is not an issue with this piece of property we're talking about.
Okay.
Rob, can you put up the picture again of that shows which lots are where and the house and. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that one. So we were talking about 75, and I just want to clarify, 75 with these engineering explanations is the one that had the problems, but none of the other houses in the same subdivision have had problems that the complainant, that people are talking about. Is that correct?
Nothing on that side of the street that I am unaware of anything. I'm very familiar with just about everything. I mean, I think there might have been a little bit of an issue on the other side of the street that was repaired and rectified and resolved many years
Okay.
ago in one other house, but
But again, it has nothing to do with the slope, the hillside. It had to do with however something was manufactured by human beings.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anybody here to speak against this project? And again, we've heard the kind of the lay of the land, so to speak, previously, but if you want to give a quick recap and any new information that you'd like to bring to our attention.
I do. I'm lost in here. Can anybody hear me?
Hi, Steve.
Hi. Okay, so you can hear me?
You
Yep.
state your first and
All right,
last
great.
name for our minutes. First and last name, please.
Yeah, my name is Steve Patton, Patton, and I represent Mark Rogers and Hope Gumbrecht, who live on Summit Street. In the back of their property is contiguous to the property in question. Steve Byron's also an attorney with us, but he had a conflict tonight, so he was not able to appear, and we appreciate the opportunity to appear before you tonight. I know that you've heard a lot of information previously in regard to this matter. We would like the commission to recognize Mark Majeski, who is an expert in planning and zoning, and I would like to ask him some questions. Hi, Dale. Is
My,
Dale there?
Can you
Yes.
hear me? This is Mark
Yeah,
Majeski.
yeah.
There we
Dale,
are.
is it your opinion that there can be a conditional approval of this matter? Because I know under the code it talks about approvals with modifications or disapproval. Doesn't talk about conditional approval.
Well, the conditional approval has got nothing to do with the modification. The conditional approval is the consolidation subject to the Board of Zoning Appeals granting the variance.
Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Majewski, could you state your name?
Sure, my name is Mark Majeski,
And can you spell your last name for us, please?
Majeewski.
Okay, and are you employed?
I am.
And who are
I'm
you
employed by
by?
North Star Planning and Design LLC, which is my firm.
Okay, and what are your responsibilities with North Star?
Everything from providing professional services to cleaning the office.
Okay.
It's a small place.
Okay, as far as professional services, what would those be?
I provide planning and zoning services to communities in Northern Ohio, as well as to private property owners and their legal counsels.
Okay, and do you have any professional affiliations?
I'm a member of the American Planning Association of the
Okay.
Ohio chapter of the Planning Association, and I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners.
How long have you been affiliated with North Star?
I formed North Star LLC in 2004.
Okay, and can you describe for us your employment prior to 2004?
I can. I've had a lengthy and blessed career. I guess the most significant first employment was with the city of Mentor as planning administrator and assistant planning director, in which I reviewed numerous subdivisions back in the 70s and 80s. As working for the city of Cleveland Heights, I was the director of planning and development. Then worked for CT Consultants as a senior planner. Later formed the first North Star Inc., and worked as a consulting planner as an owner of North Star Inc., and now with North Star LLC.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Solar Lane lot consolidation request, which is before this commission?
I am.
Okay. And have you been asked to provide a professional evaluation in regard to this particular request?
Yes.
Okay, and was that request at the behest of legal counsel for Mark Rogers and Hope Gumbrecht?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and they are owners of property that's contiguous to the subject property before this commission, is that correct?
Their property abuts, well, you can see it on the screen there. You can see the shape of it.
Okay, so you're pointing it out with the, or somebody's
I'm
pointing it
not-
out, okay. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Can you explain for us what you did to familiarize yourself with this matter prior to rendering a professional opinion?
Yes, I reviewed the exhibits that have been submitted for this application through Mr. Byron's office, Attorney Byron's office. I also looked at the village zoning code and subdivision regulations, online county auditor records for the property and surrounds, online aerials, and also did a site visit. Although I did not enter onto the private property, I saw this from the road.
Okay, and based on the information that you just recited, were you able to render a professional opinion in regard to the request that's pending before this commission?
I am.
Could
And
you
it's,
explain that for us and what supports your opinion?
Sure. I'll just go to the opinion and recommendation first, and then I'd like to step through some important factors in my evaluation, which I think the commission may find. Some of it are maybe things that you've heard before, some of them may not. So since I wasn't at your previous meeting, I apologize if I'm repeating things you've heard before. But my opinion is that given that the two existing blocks were intentionally created by action of both the subdivision developer and the approval of the Village Planning Commission, their existence as unbuildable reserved parcels is not in conflict with the regulations of the village, and they should remain until a conforming configuration can be devised. I recommend that the Planning Commission deny this application and encourage future consolidation of these reserved blocks into a conforming lot or lots. Let me explain my rationale. This will help to support that. Obviously, the applicant's exhibit of a lot illustrates a proposed lot which does not conform with the village code requirements in several important respects. It's a very oddly configured, shallow triangular lot, which is about as far out of standard as possible. If you look at the village's standards, you pretty much encourage, like most zoning codes do, a rectangular type of lot. The proposed lot doesn't comply with the minimum lot depth, as you're well aware, even in its longest southerly lot line. It conflicts with two code sections, both the minimum lot depth for the R100 district of 160 feet and the subdivision design standards, which require lot depth at least 1.5 times the lot width. In this case, that would be more than 300 feet. We're not even getting close to that. The proposed front yard comprises almost half of the entire lot. Part of that front yard does not comply with the minimum front yard depth requirement. As you're aware, the use of front yards are very limited in this code, as in most codes, and thus this large portion of the lot will be primarily limited to landscaping and a driveway. We note too that the applicant has shown a preference for intruding into that front yard with an oversized garage. Given the odd shape and the unusual convergence of the front yard and the backyard on this proposed lot, the lot has only one side yard, which must be compressed to the smallest permitted width to attempt to create a buildable area. Any future home is going to be compressed against that side yard as shown. With a depth of only 30 feet, the area of the rear yard as proposed, which is of course the area where most households have most of their activity, residential activity, whether it's play, socializing, relaxing on a deck or patio, that area is pretty small at 30 feet. The minimum code standard, as you're aware, is a depth of 50 feet. I'm aware of the additional clause that says or 30% of depth, whichever is less, but it doesn't make sense to me to also add insult to injury by creating a small, a very shallow rear yard based on a varied depth of lot, which is itself not in compliance with the code. There also won't be much room for rear yard structures in a rear yard of that size. applying the minimum front side and rear yard requirements, and I'm basing this on a 50-foot rear yard, which would be consistent with the code, you end up with a very small and barely buildable triangular area of, I guess, roughly measured roughly 1,500 square feet, well less than 1/10 of the lot area. And this is smaller than either of the two existing reserved blocks. I think of concern too should be the marketability and value of a lot dominated by an immense front yard, limited rear yard, and very limited buildable area. There's some planning issues that I think the commission should take into consideration. This proposal would insert into this neighborhood an oddly shaped lot with an oversized front yard, a negligible rear yard, and a very small area for constructing a new dwelling. Again, limited outdoor space for normal outdoor household activities. And this is in a zoning district where large rear yards are the norm. I think that homeowners who purchase and maintain homes in this neighborhood should expect that, given time and circumstances, the neighborhood will be completed with 1 or 2 conforming lots with conforming yards and structures, a conforming completion of the neighborhood with lots similar to the others already developed and occupied. In particular, I think this proposed lot would impact the abutting neighbor to the east by creating an undersized small rear yard, as I mentioned before. This abuts their rear yard. Their privacy will be impaired by condensing backyard activity into this proposed substandard backyard, again, in an area where people expect pretty large lots, if you look at this subdivision. A basic tenet of administering subdivision regulations and zoning codes is consistent application of regulations and standards, and that practice should be exercised here. This case does not involve resolving the status of a couple of pre-zoning, pre-existing non-conforming lots. Rather, these reserve blocks were intentionally created by the subdivider and the planning commission in approving this subdivision. There are no good planning reasons to change course on the status of these lots. The commission should have anticipated, and probably anticipated, and still should, that 1 or 2 conforming lots will eventually be created from these 2 blocks when combined with additional abutting property. Certainly, the commission did not intend to create a non-conforming lot as proposed here when it created these reserved blocks. While current owners may not be interested in selling parts of their lots to create a better configuration, certainly circumstances change and future owners might sell. Abandoning the intent of the commission and the original creation of these reserved blocks precludes the eventual creation of 1 or 2 conforming lots. I would also suggest that the commission should further consider the precedent that would be set in creating and approving an oddly configured lot like this one, where it's not necessary to do so. That concludes my prepared remarks. I'll be glad to answer questions.
If I could just ask you a couple quick questions. You may have mentioned this before, and I apologize if you did. How long have you been involved? I know you went through your employment history. How long have you been involved with planning and zoning, as far as how many years?
Over 40 years.
Yeah, and you have provided services for both governmental jurisdictions as well as private residents?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and have you provided expert testimony in the past as a planning and zoning expert?
Yes, both before commissions and boards of zoning appeals and courts at various levels.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing further to ask Mr. Majewski.
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to say I'm assuming Mr. Majewski is not a client for our proposed home here. Though there are many others, we've had an intense amount of interest in this piece of property, even knowing the backyard limitations. I'd also like to point him to directly south of Soul Leather Lane on this map here, the lot that is right across the street on West Summit, and the shape of that particular lot and the size of that particular lot. This is not unusual for the village. I understand he's working for a client and he's paid for his expertise on the opinion they'd like to have rendered. But we have variances in the village for a reason. We have a number of non-conforming lots in the village for a reason. There is Low Street, for instance, there's a house built there. It's a different zoning area, but it had 0 backyard and had multiple buyers lined up to buy that, to build a house there. The village is a unique area. Real estate rules do not necessarily apply to in the village. So I'd just like to, I guess I don't have a question. I have more of a statement.
Okay,
I do
would-
have a question.
go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add, this is Bob Coy. I was just going to add the one other thing that stood out to me about Mark's statement was he talked about structures in the backyard, and I don't believe that you will find any rear yard structures, at least on that side of Soul Leather. I don't know that there are any on the other side of Soul Leather either. So I don't know that that's something that's applicable for this property. And as Dennis was stating, this is a very marketable property within the village. That 30-foot setback is more than many homes that are in the village, zoned differently, but many homes that people have lived in for years and are readily buying and want to build. The homes on Low Street, I happen to know one of the families there. The statement they made to me was, Bob, we were so desperate to live in a village, we were willing to build on what was a parking lot, right? And they built beautiful homes there that are smaller than this home can be and has no backyard as compared to a 30-foot backyard. So I just want to point that out, as I think, some of those points from a gentleman who I don't believe is an engineer. Mark, can I ask you, are you an engineer or a planner?
I'm a planner, not an engineer.
Okay. It seems to me that maybe an engineer could, make some different points there. I think from a planner standpoint, this is a market that you may not be as familiar with, what is desirable to people within Chagrin Falls in the village. I've made a list of many different homes that have much less that have less than a 10-foot side yard and less than a 30-foot backyard, that are existing homes within the village that have been occupied for decades. So again, I think there is clearly a market for this. Only variance that we're asking for is that depth, which again is an odd shaped lot, but as Dennis just pointed out, there's one right across the street, the same shape.
Nicole, did you have a question?
Yeah, it's about all the Soul Leather houses, and maybe because I'm not as familiar either, but it looks like all the backyards of these houses really are for viewing only. They're not like the suburban backyard with a green rear space and
That is exactly correct.
So
They're almost all hillside lots beyond. You've got the back of the house and a deck off the back of the house, and that's pretty much it on most of those houses.
there's not a suburban green space in the back for all the kids to yell and play
There might
in.
be one house on the street that has a bit of a yard, but that's about it. Most of them, it all rolls away very quickly, and it's a view,
It's
not-
a view.
Yeah.
not a soccer
I would-
field.
Sorry, I would agree with that. This is Jay Alberts. They're, sort of non-functional backyards. They're a view, or you can't kick a ball or throw a ball back and forth without it rolling down the hill.
But the issue
Mark, like me, isn't aware that all these lots on the Soul Leather subdivision only have views. They don't have what he depicted as traditional backyard for family enjoyment and activity or recreation, right?
Well, most of them have a deck, it sounds like. So if
The
you,
back deck.
if you have a 30-foot setback from the rear and you build a 20-foot deck off of it, you're now 10 feet off the property line.
But you can do that, right? By code.
Right, but
Right.
it puts you 10 feet next to your neighbor's property.
But the neighbor's property, again, is just a view. Nobody's going to build, and it's all a view for everybody. Unless somebody chooses to put a big ugly fence in between, it almost looks contiguous as correct?
Or unless our neighbors had some ulterior motive to perhaps develop their property, I don't know.
Or
Oh.
if they like to have the view of the woods rather than their neighbor's deck and house. So we don't know that.
You can see from the map that any view of that house is very limited.
Yeah.
They actually live over 500 feet away.
But those lots, the lot depth for those lots are in conformity with the zoning code, is that correct?
They are, yes. That's
Yeah.
why we're,
So-
that's why we're asking for a
Right.
Right. That's why the.
And so
okay.
those individuals, regardless of what is in the rear of their lots, they have control over the use of that property.
Oh, I agree, sir. I was
Okay.
just questioning whether or not, I was surprised that, oh, wow, okay, so is 30 feet not an appropriate, not similar to all the houses in the back? Well, it's not in depth, but it is in utility. It's not a traditional
Oh, I'm not-
suburban
yeah.
backyard. That's all I didn't know, just like Mark, I didn't know what the backyards were on the Sola in this subdivision. So now we both know.
If
That's
if
all.
I may,
I didn't mean to
if
be
we may-
argumentative.
That's
if
okay.
I may speak to that again. I can see generally what the character of those backyards is. And those people do have control over and are able to preserve those views. And whether it's views or it's a more active type of backyard, this lot will not have that and will not be consistent because these folks won't have control of that view.
Okay, so
They're looking
yeah,
at somebody else's property in order to have a view out back.
so they have to hope that their neighbors are gracious and clean.
like any other neighbor in any other subdivision. I mean,
Right.
you rely on your neighbors. And
Right.
if you're going to buy this lot, you're going to live with that expectation. And if it
And you're gonna
doesn't,
know you have no control.
he's not going to buy the house.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misreading what the character was of the neighborhood thing.
Well, I guess my point again, to reiterate, is that it is the intent of the village's zoning code and the way these things get platted to create that type of opportunity for everybody. Now I haven't seen any sketches for what was intended with the two. I understand there are two sanitary sewer or water connections out in the street. There must have been two lots intended at that time if someone spent the money to put those in the ground. I don't know what the layouts might have been, but I can imagine that there would have been two lots somewhat similar to lot 65 to the south of it. Granted,
Yeah.
there are topo conditions out there that make that difficult, but that could,
Yeah.
that,
I
I don't
think
know. You'd
my
have to tell me what the-
my understanding was that they were hoping and they tried to buy the land behind it from lot 120 and lot 68, I guess, if that's what owns the, and for 30 or 50 years, Mr. Marino, how many years?
It's been 33 years roughly. And yeah, only 120. And there, yeah, that piece of land back there, which
Would it have been,
offers for over the years. And they have, in fact, at one point they were under contract to sell that property to someone else who was going to relay that property to me, but that deal fell through. And so
Oh.
I mean, there is just at this point, we cannot have a meeting of the minds on that. It's after 30 plus years of trying.
so the end of 120 was going to be sold to somebody else?
They're going to sell the entire property. That's what.
Oh, the entire property.
Right.
Okay, not just a piece of it.
Right.
So I guess I have a question. I mean, maybe it doesn't matter, and you guys can tell me if it doesn't. If just 120 sold, would it be conforming?
Yes.
That's deep enough to the end? Because then it looks like 68 owns the rest to match number 65 and 75.
Right. But that
It would have been enough.
that additional area is enough. Yes.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know.
But I
if
think
that
that's
matters.
the point. There is still the opportunity for that to happen, perhaps not with the current owners, but certainly with a future owner. And apparently at one time, if I understood Mr. Marino correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, that was attempted. And it was a possibility that got shot down for some reason.
Well, it was, yeah, it was.
It's it's somebody else's property. I don't think,
can do
you
what
know,
they
why
want.
nobody's, you know, the expectation that that should become part of this subdivision, either in the past or in the future. I don't understand why there's that expectation. That property of 120 and, you know, 136 is apparently willing to sell a parcel, but I don't understand why there's, you know, there was ever the expectation that these two lots would be created. The original plat didn't have buildable lots there.
That's correct. And it still does not. They're
Right,
reserved
and
lots.
that's just the way it is, and it's too bad, but it's the way it is. So,
Right.
Well, the
ask
expectation,
you-
I believe, was that that piece of property that was required for the 2 additional lots did not impact the value of 120 nearly as much as the value of what was offered for it. And you think that over time, like Mark has stated, you know, you think that there would be some kind of agreement between property owners, but after 30
that's
years,
it's a subjective thing in the eye of the beholder, I guess, and
after 33 years, it's not there, and our expectation is not that it's going to be there. So that's why we want to just proceed and complete the subdivision and let everyone go their own way.
right.
May I ask an
Okay,
additional question of Mr. Majewski?
sure.
Mr. Majewski, there's been references made to other lots that exist in the village of Chagrin Falls, including this lot across the street on West Summit Street. Do you know the history of any of those lots?
No, I don't. It's,
Do you know whether or not those lots are non-conforming?
I would have to look at the zoning district and the conditions. I guess when those were pointed out, I look at a lot of communities. I've looked at many communities, and there are often oddly shaped lots, which are a result of history. They may have had situations pre-zoning. They may have had the types of hardships and practical difficulties that boards of zoning appeals use to making a decision. That corner triangle lot, again, I have not seen it from the ground or haven't inspected it from the ground, but it looks like a kind of a difficult, complicated place to be. And I suspect the village would not want to create a lot like that again if they had the choice. But these things are a matter of history, and so they're out there. I don't know that they're good. I personally and professionally did not find them good arguments in favor of intentionally creating another situation like that as proposed here.
So in your experience, it's common to see non-conforming lots in this case, the village of Chagrin Falls? Would that be correct?
Yes.
Right, and if a non-conforming lot is going to be altered, does it have to come into conformity typically with the zoning code at that point in time?
The preference is to push these things toward as much conformity as possible. It's not always possible to make them wholly conforming.
Okay, thank you.
So that's,
Mr. Patton, it's Bob Coy. If I could, I can address part of your question about those non-conforming lots. I did identify 3 that do not meet either the depth requirement or the acreage or the square footage requirement. Our proposed lot meets the square footage requirement, just as a reminder. 99 West Summit is 122-foot average depth on 160, it's same zone. All 3 of these are same zone. 0.284 acres total property in a zone that's 0.46 minimum. 123 West Summit is 150 feet average depth, 0.282 acres. And 141 West Summit is 152 feet average depth, 0.37 acres. All 3 of those do not meet either of their criteria. Ours meets at least one of those. And again, has room for a home that is the same size, if not larger than all the other homes that are on Soul Leather Lane. Just trying to help you address it.
That's fine. I don't know the history of the lots that you referenced, so.
Yeah, those could have been created in 18, whatever,
Right.
I don't know.
I would say the reason Chagrin Falls is so desirable is in fact the nonconformity. Having been a resident for a long time, and a builder in the area, that's what the appeal. There's probably more non-conforming than conforming lots in many parts of the village.
But that's the reason we have the zoning code, so we can protect our properties and we can have lots that are in conformity and that do meet the zoning code and the subdivision regulations that we have. That's the reason they're in place. And they were in place at the point in time that these two particular parcels were established on the original plat.
When you encounter a situation where that just doesn't work out, sometimes it's best for the village to proceed with a variance that we're asking. That's why it exists in the code.
Well, does anybody on the commission have any other questions or statements they'd like to make? I feel like we've heard pretty loud and clear from both sides.
This is Hope Gumprecht Rogers. Can I speak briefly?
Sure.
Just to summarize, I know I spoke at the previous meeting and some others, but our two primary objections to this lot split and consolidation at the rear of our property at 120 West Summit are the, construction of a house like about as close as possible or closer than maybe it should be possible to our property, which will decrease the privacy. It will impact the view from our house there and decrease potentially the value of the lot. The lots on the north side of West Summit tend to be the larger, deeper lots. Some of the lots that Mr. Coy referenced were on the south side of West Summit. And we actually have we have two different zoning area codes that affect West Summit up here. Then the second objection we have is simply that it raises a big red flag for us in terms of the precedent it sets if the village grants a variance of this substantial in nature. There is a huge demand, as everyone knows, for property to build on in the village, such that, the best way to get a good lot is to find a house to tear down. With that in mind, if we're going to kind of essentially, okay, we can just put an R150 lot here, or two of them in R100, or, split some other lots that are really pretty close, we're only off a little bit. We're going to have a whole lot more lots available to build on. And that is, I think, a concerning precedent. Thank you.
I hope everyone realizes that's purely speculative, that why we have variances in the code. And this lot conforms in many ways, and there is no precedent being set here. So.
If there's no other commentary or questions, does anybody on the council or commission want to make a motion? Okay, I'll make a motion. My motion is consistent with how I voted on this consolidation the first time we considered it. So I would move to deny the proposed lot consolidation. I agree that our zoning code exists for a reason, to protect the neighboring properties and the village as a whole. And yes, there is relief available through the variance process, but and as we've been instructed by Dale Markowitz, that is something that BZA would have to consider regardless of our action on this tonight. Even if we did approve it, it would be contingent upon their decision. So my motion would be for planning and zoning to deny this proposal.
Second.
Motion by Baker, second by Rogoff. Pelosi?
Okay, I want to do the opposite of that, so I say nay, right?
Well, the motion is to deny it. So if you vote no, you're voting to accept consolidation. If you vote A, you're voting to support the denial.
Nay, no, I do not support the motion.
Okay, Feniger,
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Aye.
Davis, Wendy,
Sorry, I vote aye as well for, I believe that procedurally we need to send this back to BZA.
That's not what the motion is, Wendy.
I'm just making a comment, but I'm,
Nancy, did something else?
okay, Baker
Aye.
and Rogoff.
I think this whole discussion is best had before BZA, and I don't think that that the applicant needs our permission to go to BZA.
Okay,
I'm confused. The motion was not about consolidation, correct?
The motion was to deny the lot
Consolidation?
consolidation.
Right. So the property owner will have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals to seek a reversal of the denial of the modification. And they would also be able to seek the variance for the lot depth. And they can also seek, well, there was no action taken on the modification. I'd have to think about that one, but it sounds like they can't appeal that because there was no action taken on it yet. So this could go back and forth a few times, I
Oh my
suppose.
gosh. So we just
Yeah.
rolled over with no extra information. Insanity.
Dale, should we make a motion about the modification?
I'm sorry, this is beyond tolerable. I mean, I've been trying to be very patient here. We've gone through this process. You went with us. We had a 2-hour meeting in the past and you moved us forward. Nothing's changed except the village's interpretation of their own rules. And we're back here again and they're changing the rules yet again on what we were told. And this is getting to be really irksome here that we can't agree to a process. My understanding was you were going to approve us and then we go to the BZA. And right now we're going to have to appeal again to this decision. I would really hope that you would reconsider.
Patty, your question was, should we have a vote on the modification? If you want to shorten the process for them, for the property owner, I think you could, but it's almost a moot point because if you've denied consolidation, then there's no lot width to depth ratio issue before you. So I don't think you would be abusing your discretion if you don't vote on that issue. If in fact the majority will is not to allow consolidation, then I don't believe you have a reason or a need to vote on the modification request.
I mean, I guess there could be two reasons people would have voted aye for the motion to deny. You could vote because you're opposed to the creation of this non-conforming lot, which is based on the modification, the lot to depth, the width to depth ratio that you're describing. Or you could, it could be that some members of the commission voted to deny because they think procedurally it needs to go back to, we just didn't have the authority to act on it.
Well, planning commission should not be voting to turn down merely because another board has to grant a variance. they should be turning down the consolidation on the merits of whether it should be consolidated or not. If in fact the view is I don't want to consolidate because it's going to need a variance, yeah, that's a legitimate point, but not really because some other board has to be the one to grant it.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm fine with things as they stand, but if you're.
Wendy's trying to talk.
Mhm.
I was under the impression that it was a procedural issue and that that because we approved the lot consolidation where it should have gone to BZA first. I voted before to have a lot consolidation. I still would go for the lot consolidation if the variance was granted. I think I could say that. I mean, I'm voting because of the procedure.
You shouldn't have voted that way then.
Okay.
What you wanted then is a motion to send it to the Board of Zoning Appeals first before you had to vote on consolidation. But
Okay.
there's still 3 other votes that are saying that consolidation should not be approved at this time. If, however, somebody else who voted aye were to say, oh, I misunderstood, I wanted it to go to BZA first, then we could rectify that now and have another motion to rescind this denial of the consolidation. But that would have to come from either Judy, Nancy, or Patty.
So we could vote to approve the consolidation with contingent upon BZA.
Mhm.
Correct. That's what I said in the beginning.
We
That's what
can-
Rob said. Yeah, we've said that about 4 or 5 times.
I understand
Or-
that. I didn't make the motion.
But
Right.
by my motion to deny does not
Yes.
mean that the applicant can still go to BZA and get their depth variance and then come back before this board. Is that not
Gosh.
true?
Oh,
Well, they can go to the Board of Zoning Appeals to seek reversal of your denial of consolidation. And they can ask at the same time for the variance on the lot depth.
So they're not without relief.
Correct.
Okay,
But
so,
they-
and
but,
somebody,
but they're put through undue hassle.
well, Nicole, you're welcome to
They
vote
have-
how you feel on, I made a motion. We took a vote. If people
But I
would like
think people weren't.
vote, they can. I asked if anybody else wanted to make a motion. Nobody made a motion to send it to BZA. So my motion was to deny approval of this lot consolidation. And then whether it's a hassle or not, if Mr. Marino wants to move forward with this and take it to BZA, that's a possibility for him. And everybody, of course, is welcome to vote how you feel on the motion that I made, but nobody else made a motion, so that's the motion that was on the table. So, Rob, should we go through the roll call again, Dale, or?
Well, you'd have
That's
to vacate this motion first, right, Dale?
Well, no, I think if Wendy's saying she voted incorrectly, she can correct her vote and say that she meant to vote nay. And then if anybody else wanted to do that, they could say I meant to vote nay. Then we would take another vote. But for the record, I think Wendy should have the ability to say that she wants to change her vote.
Is that correct, Wendy?
I want to change my vote I apologize. I would like to change my vote because I want us to proceed in the correct manner. I don't want to have to revisit it again and again and again. And I would like to have the order correct. And that's my understanding, that the order was not correct when it was brought before us. So yes, if that means I rescind my vote, I rescind my vote.
Okay, so now it's 3-2 to deny the consolidation. Is there anyone else who would want to vote differently on the consolidation vote? Okay, then the vote stands, and it's a 3-2 vote to deny consolidation.
Okay.
So we should, if no one else has anything more to say on this one, we should move on to the
Dale, if I could ask a question, I'm not familiar with the procedures here, but if I could ask a question, please. Is it just someone on the board that can make a motion?
correct. Only people on the board.
Could someone make another motion that says we will pass this on to the BCA so that we don't have to go back through that approval process? So when we go to the BZA, we're simply asking for the exception on the variance?
That opportunity is come and gone now.
Okay.
There's apparently not enough votes to do that.
All right. Although no new information was provided today, the same information that was provided in May, and we got the majority vote at that point. Today, we didn't get the majority vote with all the exact same information. I think
I know you're frustrated, Bob, but we're really done with this.
Okay,
We're
thanks,
moving
Dale.
on
I'm
to the
sorry.
next
I
one.
appreciate
Yeah.
it. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so Christy, I think we need to switch out. Rob, we need to switch the screens, and Christy, we need to bring in anybody that's here for the River House.
Yes, I'll switch over the panelists.
Okay.
Now would be a good time if anyone wants a restroom break or a drink. It's going to take me a moment or two to make the switch. So if anyone would like to stretch their legs or take a break, now is a good time.
Thank you.
This is Christy. I've made the switch, so we have multiple attendees for the Brick House project ready for discussion. If there are any other attendees that I haven't moved over who would like to be a part of the discussion, please raise your hand in Zoom.
Hello, Joe Miller here.
Hi, Joe. Thank you for joining us. We're just on a short intermission before we start this project discussion. Thank you for waiting so much.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't push the wrong button. So,
You did great. We've got you.
well, thanks to my son.
And when he painted this, I was having a coffee with his wife. He was painting a huge thing.
Rob, do you have a view of, I have a limited view of everyone's video. I can't tell if everyone's back or not. Can you tell if everyone's returned to their screen?
I see Patty. There's a few people still out.
His wife said, no, you take it right now because tomorrow is going to be totally different.
Patty, it looks like the board is back if you'd like to proceed with this project.
Incredible person. So that's how Zoila.
Patty, you're muted.
Yep, here we go. So this is a continuation of our previous review of the latest plans for the River House development. And last meeting, we granted a number of modifications to the zoning code. Primarily for all of the yards, the required yards. There was one outstanding issue that is subject to planning and or can be modified by planning and zoning, and that's the private road. The specifications of the or characteristics of the private road that will serve the development. And so I thought we should probably look at those modifications first. We're also we also are tasked with approving the overall plat for the subdivision. So we received a copy of a letter sent September 11th, 2020 from Rob to Mr. Brickman describing the ways in which the proposed private road or private street does not fit our zoning code. Okay, Rob's got it up on the screen now. So number one is just stating that Planning and Zoning Commission has the authority to modify the requirements of Chapter 1161 that lead to the road. Number two is talking about the drainage proposed for the street. Number three is talking about the width of the street. And number four is talking about the materials and actual construction of the pavement. So I think we're probably going to need some input from Tim Lannon, the engineer for the village. with how he feels about these requested modifications, and probably some rationale from the developer on why they are proposing to do it the way they are. Tim, are you there?
I'm here.
Can you speak to, let's see, oh, I see you. Can you speak to this section 116106H, saying that there should be concrete curbs and drain tile on both sides of the pavement. The proposed pavement does not have an under drain shown on the pavement sides. The proposed plans do show pavement that is sloped to a center drain. Do you have an opinion on whether that proposal for drainage of the street is adequate in this situation, or whether we should discuss adding drainage on the sides?
Yes, that's adequate, and that's pretty typical of minor driveways such as this. It's just, all I did was read the code section for private road and just listed like a checklist format is exactly what it said, that sub drainage is required on both sides of the pavement, which you see for typical streets that have the cross slope to the edges and where the under drains are under the curb. So in this case, it's pretty common on minor streets to do what they are doing. So I don't have a problem with that.
Can you quickly describe like what the center drain, where the center drain is, and instead of getting out my giant papers,
Yeah.
is there like one drain at the street slopes towards Cleveland Street, right?
Correct.
Yeah, if we could bring it up, that's great. Thank you.
And so, yeah, it slopes towards Cleveland Street, and also the center of the pavement is the low point. So there are inlets in the center of the pavement instead of where you normally see them on a public street, where the curb inlets are along the curb on the edge of the street. This just has an inverted cross slope. So the road drains towards the center, which makes a lot of sense.
So it's slightly V-shaped.
Correct, exactly.
Okay.
You know, the alternative really wouldn't work too well because the curb line on the north side is basically the garage doors. So
I don't know if I have the correct view on the screen, Tim. Could you help me with that?
yeah, that looks, I mean, that's basically the utility plan. So you can kind of see, I mean, there's several sewers in the middle of the pavement. One is the sanitary sewer, but that triple line there is actually the storm drain. And you can see some square inlets on either side of that, which are catch basins, so open grates to catch water.
I just see the one catch basin at the bottom. Are there others?
Yeah, I think there's another one. There we go. In that location there, yeah.
That's it. That's an opening in the pavement where water can drain into.
Yes.
Are there any others of those along the street?
I'm not sure. There is another structure a little further up, but that may just be where the last unit connects. Can't quite see in this view.
I think there's one more further up according to the note I just got. So a total of 3, I believe.
Yeah.
So there's no curb between, like, the driveways to these houses entering the garages are part of the private road. They're essentially one and the same.
Right, basically attached, and then you can see kind of the curb line in between. It bumps out between the units. So you can see the apron area that goes right into the garage.
Does anybody on the commission have any questions about this draining of the street?
Yes, to clarify, are there 3 openings along here into the drain,
That's
or
what,
1 or 2?
there is.
It looks like just two, if that triple line is the drain that we're talking about. I don't know.
So my question is, and my concern about this is that this is it's a very, very long drive, and it's solid, a lot of impervious surface. There's a wall on one side, so the wall, water's not going anywhere in that direction. The only other possible openings, if there, huge flood conditions like that rain that we had a couple of weeks ago, where would this drainage system handle that kind of water where there's nowhere for the water to go except in 1 or 2 drains, and then otherwise it's going to overflow and go between the buildings and end up in the river, which is what it's not supposed to do. So I guess I'm concerned that that's not enough drainage to handle a large 2 or 3 inch water rainfall.
This is Jordan Burns, counsel for the property owner. I'll let the design team weigh in, but it's virtually impossible to imagine that water would flow from the driveway between the units down the slope into the river. The more likely circumstance, if the drains were not sufficient, and I believe they are, they can verify that, is that water would sheet down the drive towards Cleveland Street, like happens on any other street where there's an extraordinary rainfall, except in those instances where that might occur. As Tim explained, the drive is pitched to the center to direct water to those drains. And again, if those drains could not handle the capacity, I believe they're designed for just that purpose, the pitch of the drive would direct the water towards Cleveland Street, not towards the garages or towards the areas between the homes towards the river. It's virtually unimaginable that water could find its way from the drives there. Alex or Mike, if you want to weigh in on this, that'd be great.
Yeah, so like Tim said, like Jordan said, this is Mike Sklo with Brickhouse. This is the whole driveway pitches towards Cleveland Street. It's V'd in and the storm's meant to catch there. Whether, if we had drains on the edges and we took away those curbs and drained it towards the edge, then we'd really have an issue with water going down the hillside like you want to stop. We also have footer drains that drain out into, the storm drain as well. So, if water would ever, there's going to be some rainfall that hits that land. It's going to drain out into the storm sewer. But as far as these driveway drains go, Tim has the calculations, the stormwater calculations, and I'm sure he'll be reviewing those or is reviewing those right now. So yeah, it's all been calculated out, and this is what it says we need. So
one further point to mention here, that the engineer or the design engineer for the brick house just pointed out, is that the triple lines here are about 100-foot section of 30-inch diameter storm sewer. So it's designed to accommodate some underground retention for this project to help better meter the stormwater flow to the storm sewer main. And that was, I believe, our request to include some retention in the project. And I'm zooming in now to show the 30-inch notation on the pipe, and that is about a 100-foot stretch.
So then where does it go at the end here towards Cleveland Street?
That outlets to the storm main.
Where's that connection?
Tim, if you could help me, I want to make sure I'm indicating this correct.
So it says where it says core drill 12-inch right there in the upper left-hand corner. Stop, Rob.
Yep,
right there.
Yep.
That's the where the existing connection will be.
So it's
So it runs through like a stormwater quality management pipe right where it says the HDPE. That's a stormwater, like a CDS unit it's called. It's to help manage get some of the debris and things like that out of the water before it goes into the river. So it all runs through that and then out to the existing storm.
wait, it goes into the river?
The existing stormwater, you know, it eventually ends up in the river, yes.
Through the existing storm sewer.
Yeah, through the existing storm sewer.
So there's an existing storm sewer underneath Cleveland Street or?
Yes.
Okay. So how are you going to connect to that without disrupting the hillside here? Don't you,
Not in the hillside.
oh, this is the hillside right here. Oh, I see. Wait.
It's right next to Cleveland Street, right off the curb.
Okay.
I mean, a couple of feet off. If you see
So
this,
so you'll be digging next to the first unit to get to that, I guess.
Right there's the connection.
So
pretty much exactly where this exists, the existing driveway is right now. That's where, you know, where his cursor's at. From there to the other manhole there is where the existing driveway is, and then it just comes right out so it's essentially where, you know, that the fence in that driveway is existing on site.
And how deep do you dig to put that in?
Let's see here, 952, 957. So, you know, roughly 5 foot deep right there.
Or is there an existing driveway along there?
There's an existing drive all the way back into the property that was used for that clarifier tank and things like that. So there's a gate there with an existing driveway, like a stone driveway. And that's what leads all the way back to the back of the property to the clarifier, what's left of the clarifier tank.
Is that where your driveway is? Or you're saying it's
No,
further?
it's actually, that's where the homes will roughly sit right there.
I see. I mean, it is a lot of added impervious surface if you take the buildings and the driveway. That's a lot of added water going into this existing storm sewer.
So whether it is on the side of a curb or if it's in the center
No,
of
I
the
agree.
thing, it all will end up going to the same spot. So no
Right.
matter what, it's going to be connected into that storm drain.
Right.
So I don't think that the issue of it being you know, between being on the curb in the center where that stormwater ends up is not the issue. It's, you know, whether you want it on the curb, which isn't feasible here, or in the center.
Although it's worth noting with regard to impervious surface that your requirement for a private street is a 26-foot wide street. This is one of the modifications we're seeking is for a narrower drive or private street, to use the code's terminology here. So that's less pavement than your code requires.
I agree
Considerably.
with the question of whether it's on the side or in the center, it's the same amount of water that's going to be going. It's just sort of a separate question, Tim, is all that water added into this particular storm drain not a concern? It should be fine, or you're still reviewing that?
We're still reviewing the fine details, but we had talked early on and looked at the details of the village 18-inch storm sewer. Basically where they're connecting is where it's really dropping off the steep section, so the capacity increases beyond what is even needed. So it's just way over designed at that point, just because it's the same size pipe and it's also dropping over the cliff basically. So whereas at, direct discharge to rock at the bottom.
So if I'm understanding, Tim, your recommendation on that number 2 is that the system that they have is sufficient to handle the water, and we're okay with it. Is that correct?
Yes, it meets the normal village design standard.
Okay, thank you.
When I saw it in the box, I've been using it as a shampoo.
Sorry to be not understanding this fully, but I'm just trying to understand what happens. I understand what you're saying about the side versus the center drainage, but then what happens in this storm drain outlet? Are you saying it exits to open air here next to Cleveland Street and goes over some cliff, or?
The new system ties into the existing village storm sewers, were reconstructed with the bridge project. So they're tying into a manhole basically alongside Cleveland Street, and that pipe extends down to the river level where it's outletted in rock channel protection.
Okay, so it doesn't spill over.
Correct.
Slide or cliff, it goes on in a
Right,
pipe.
the pipe gets a lot steeper is what I meant to say.
Okay.
Now, this is Joe Miller. May I make a comment?
Sure.
I live at 170 Cleveland Street. I believe that when IVEX was operating, they ran all of the water that was required for their paper processing. After it processed paper, it ran into the storm sewer. So there was a heck of a lot of water going into that storm sewer system. A lot more than I suspect will ever come off this particular driveway. Tim Lannon could probably confirm that or correct me.
I don't know where the processed water, I think that was further east on the site. And they had piping down to river level at that point. So I don't know if they would have tied into this location.
Well, my understanding is it went into the storm sewer system. Now, where it went in, I don't know. But there was a question about the capacity of the storm sewer system, and it sounds like to me, that has nothing to do with the driveway, but there was discussion about that. So it's not an issue.
Okay. Thank you. I feel I'd like to make a motion to grant this modification to section 1161.06H to allow the center drain as shown on the proposed plan based upon the expert opinion provided by Tim Lannon as the village engineer.
Second.
I'm sorry, Judy.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Feniger,
Aye.
Pelosi,
Aye.
Rogoff,
Yes.
Baker,
Aye.
Davis. Davis.
$1,200. That's my recollection.
Aye.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Somewhat unrelated, but you mentioned it, Michael. I wanted to ask you again, so all the roof drainage from the roof from the buildings will go into gutters, which will go into footer drains that will tie into the sanitary sewer as well, or the storm sewer?
Yeah, so it'll all be directed to the storm sewer.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so number 3 is talking about the street width. Private street, 1161.06I requires the width of the street to be 26 feet. Measured from back of curb to the other back of curb. The proposed roadway has an entrance at 21 feet. And it's a little bit wider by the first few units. And that's where they've proposed some parallel parking spots along the retaining wall on the south. And then at the eastern end of the development by units 5 and 6, it narrows to about 15 feet, Rob says. Do we have a drawing showing dimensions of the street? Or widths at different places?
And the parking spaces and the snow removal section?
Here's
Do we have it?
snow piles are shown on this screen that Rob has up now.
Right, but what about?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's something indicating widths of the street at different places.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. Hold on.
Okay, thanks. I guess my main concern just visually is here at the corner of unit 1, 2, 3, 4, well, unit 5 here. Especially with a retaining wall there's no room for error or, what's that width, I guess?
Hold on, we did the review on that. I have to see if there's a plan that actually has the widths specified, but we did do a zoning review and measured all that out. So let me find that exact level. I can tell you that stretch that you talked about was the 15-foot section right in here between units 5 and 6. And the other widths were varying. Let me find where I took those measurements. So give me a few minutes and you can.
And also the snow piled area here in front of unit 5.
Yeah, Christy, this is Dale. I'm switching cars and heading to my house. So I'll be out of commission for 10 to 15 minutes and then I'll be back with y'all.
Hey, Rob, I can send you that sketch again.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks, Dale.
Is that area where the fire chief was talking in the correspondence we saw today about the concern about the snow removal, or was it a general concern?
Well, it does refer to snow piling in general. But again, it's, he comments on the snow piles are fine, provided that this is where people keep the snow. So if they don't follow this recommendation and snow exceeds outside of these boundaries and restricts the openings any further, that's where they might have a problem. But as shown, that this has been the way the areas that have been shown, for quite a while. And also part of the fire chief's concern was if anybody parks in front of their driveway and blocks access, which is addressed in the covenants and declarations for the subdivision, to my understanding.
Right.
Obviously, if unit 5 here, if you back your car to your driveway and leave it sitting there, you're going to block full access to unit 6.
Yes, but I believe what I saw today said that, if I'm remembering right, that he felt his concerns about emergency vehicles and all had been addressed, and the only one that he remained concerned about and wanted to see something again was snow removal. So I'm just trying to understand where he was contemplating.
He said his comments verbatim from his email say, "I still do have concerns about snow accumulation in the driveway and in front of the units." And that's all he said, his comments. Wait a second here, there's another
Longer than
statement.
that.
He said one of the concerns he had at the beginning was a plan for snow removal so it doesn't pile up and block access. And then he just says, it talks about what I said before, that he has concerns about snow accumulation in the driveway and in front of the units. So when I asked him further detail on that, he said, well, you know, people don't pile the snow correctly and they extend out of the storage areas, that would be when they would have an access problem. That would be the case anywhere, you know, that you would pile snow, you know, put it where it's supposed to be. You're going to have that access issue.
Does this unit 6, is that a 3-car garage? Michael, is that like is this inset part a 3rd garage?
Sorry, I was on mute.
That's okay.
I responded and no one heard me. Yes, that's a third. So unit 6 is a 3-car garage. Yes.
And can everybody see my screen with the red measurements?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure the screen share worked. This is the measurements that Tim took of the pavement width.
What's striking about this painting is its beauty, its interest in nature, the yellow dress, the colors.
So with that, the width of the driveway area, 21 feet, it widens out to 32, down to 28.5, and then down at this end, let me get over here. You have 17 and then just shy of 15 feet at the lowest point before unit 6. I did specifically ask the fire chief today about that width, and he said that's fine for access of an emergency vehicle to the 6th unit.
How wide are the parallel parking spaces along the south?
I think you look to be about 9 feet. Mike, could you correct me if I'm wrong on that? Width of the space is 9 feet. How deep they are? I think that's the standard.
I'd have to do a little bit of research. Let me see. Let me get back to you guys on that one.
Okay, it looks like it's about
I mean,
9.
the lots are drawn extending out, but the typical parking stall is 9 to 10 feet in width.
And is it, I don't recall from the declarations of the homeowners association requirements, nobody's ever supposed to park their car in front of their garage. You're either supposed to be in one of these parallel spots or inside the garage, is that correct?
Right.
Because clearly if someone's parked here.
The declaration expressly prohibits parking anyplace else.
Yeah, that's just strictly a way to get into your garage. It's not meant for parking. We have those parking spots just for that.
Yeah,
And
because
if everybody noticed, I'm sorry, if everybody notices, Les has been responding to your questions on the chat. So parking width is 10 feet.
Okay.
At curb at building 5 is 15 feet to wall, 23 feet 23.6. At garage door to building 5, 10 feet,
On the parking spot width, 10 foot.
10 foot.
So if you have somebody parked along the retaining wall here, you'll have um,
These are the spots right here.
yes, like to back out of the garage of unit 4 when a car is occupying that, it looks like you'd probably have like 10 feet or so. I'm not a specialist in how this all works, but it seems pretty narrow.
I think you'd actually have around 18 feet or so. I think that's pretty much the widest part of the drive.
Yeah, this is maybe tight for Chagrin Falls, but most of our projects, this is actually a fairly sizable parking area, and we don't have issues with turn radius. We study this, and this is not tight for brick house. Some of our other sites are much tighter than this, and people are able to get in and out with large vehicles. And again, we do study this and make sure we stay within the parameters when this is designed.
What about getting it in out of this third garage, the eastmost garage of unit 6? How would that work?
Yeah, so I know we've looked at it when they designed it a while ago. We've looked at it, and it fits within that parameter of getting in and out without having to back out the street.
So you'd back into where the snow is here
And
then go.
Yep, if that's what that would require. I'd have to, have our engineer do a study on that. That we looked at that when we were designing this project and this home to make sure it fit. So, and we had the turn radius for it.
Tim,
Those
do you
will
have any, sorry. go ahead.
I was just going to say, those will be educated drivers who will do that every day.
Yeah.
On the other units, there's more than 20 feet to the garage door, basically. So if you picture a normal parking situation, there's about a 24-foot aisle width in a typical parking lot where you're backing out of a space where you're parked next to a car. So this is close to that. These are about 22 feet from the garage door to the edge of the parallel parked cars. So it's in the range of a normal parking lot, a little bit tighter. That's units 1, 2, 3, 4 anyways.
So that back unit 5, or 6, the last couple units, you're saying that there's enough room for a car to back out and turn and go forward out the driveway?
Units 5 and 6 will be tricky. I mean, that'll be someone who practices and knows what they're doing. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we want to get into a situation where cars have to back all the way down the street and enter onto Cleveland Street, exit onto Cleveland Street by backing out. And if there's snow piled where it's indicated, it's kind of, I guess it's feasible, but if you've got a Suburban, I wouldn't want to try to be doing it. But
and what happens if there's work people coming in, somebody coming to fix
Well,
this.
they would only be allowed to park in the designated spaces. I don't think a landscaping truck or a,
Not talking about landscaping trucks, somebody coming to do work in one of the units.
okay, like an
Carpenters or-
electrician, they'd have to park in the parallel spot.
And what if there's more than 3 people
I don't
coming to
know.
work on a building? I mean, it almost seems unrealistic that a workman would park up there to work on the last unit.
Well, they
mean-
block-
They have no choice. There's
Mhm.
no other parking on the site.
Yeah, and why would 3 people come to work to this building?
I mean, at your house or any other house in Sugar Falls where there's, 2 outside parking spots, what happens when somebody pulls up with three work vehicles? Where do they park?
A lot of
It's the
times they
same.
park on the street, but the street is 26 feet wide, so it's
Yeah.
a little bit less of an issue.
Yeah, but we have parking spots for that on that street is the thing. So we're providing parking on that street, designated parking areas.
Are you gonna have any kind of limit? So what if one of these building owners has 3 cars with the 2-car garage? And they consistently leave a car in one of these parallel spots. Is that going to be allowed? Or are you saying that this is for short-term parking by everybody? I'm just trying to envision, what if, a few of these spaces are pretty much continuously occupied by one building owner, then it leaves the other building owners with nothing for their guests or service people to use.
We have not, in our HOA declaration, we have not prohibited homeowners from using the outside parking spaces. We've simply required that any cars on site have to be either in the garages or in those parking spaces. Frankly, that's going to have to be resolved between the homeowners. We're not anticipating that that's how those spaces are going to be used. Frankly, if somebody other than that owner of the easternmost unit wants 3 cars, this is probably the wrong place for them to live. But we're not prohibiting homeowners at this time from parking in those parking spaces.
Well, and that would be, I just think that this is just like an unrealistic expectation of the ability of cars to function in and out of a development like this. There's nowhere else for them to go. They can't go park on Cleveland Street. Maybe they could cross the street and park on Vincent. I'm not sure about that, but I just think it's just really unrealistic to think that these cars are going to fit and that they're going to get in and out of there without having to back out and
You
get
guys,
caught somewhere inside.
Like your engineer is explaining, this is the area to park to back out is very similar to any parking lot that you park in. The aisle width, what's essentially the aisle width is equivalent to that. So with regard to the third unit, it's a little bit tighter, but the other units are very similar to pulling out of a parking space in a retail parking lot.
I'm sorry. Can somebody point me to the number on the letter that these parking spaces have anything to do with?
Number 3, street width. Number 3 on the September 11th letter, it's talking about the width of the street that's supposed to be 26 feet.
I must be looking at the wrong letter.
Okay, it's dated September 11th.
September 12th is the one I'm looking at. I'm looking at one dated September 12th.
There's one dated September 11th. I'll share it on the screen in a moment here.
So we have 2 letters. We're looking at 2 letters that we're addressing today?
No, there
no,
will be one letter on the private road. It's a zoning review letter on the private street.
I'm looking at the one that says revised. We didn't throw out the one beforehand and we're only looking at the one that says revised.
No,
I don't
this,
have anything that says revised.
this letter solely addresses the private street zoning review. The other letter was regarding wall setbacks that do not fall under P and Z's modification capability. So that one went to BZA already. And all those letters were shared with both boards.
Okay, so number 3 here, can we just get on with this, guys? I'm on my 14th hour of work here.
Well, I think it's a pretty substantial modification to go from 26 feet to 14 and a half feet at one point. But if the fire chief does not have an issue with it, and the people that are going to be buying these homes are aware of the situation they're going to be faced with in trying to get in and out of units or their garages, and having visitors and service people come to their home, you know, I'll make a motion to approve the street width as drawn. I don't feel great about it, but again, it'll be on the people that live there. And I think they are going to encounter significant hardship to have 6 large homes that I think several of them could have more than 2 cars. They'll have visitors, they'll have service people. I think it's going to be a significant hardship, but as long as they're aware of it, and the engineer agrees that there's room that cars won't be backing out onto Cleveland Street, I would move to allow this.
Have we heard from everybody in the audience that wanted to speak either for or against it?
I guess we don't have an opinion on the safety of a car backing out onto the street, but we don't know that anybody would do that. And I don't think there's a way to regulate people's behavior in that way. I'm pretty sure the police chief would say it's not a safe thing to be backing out there, but I don't know how you prevent that. Hopefully common sense would prevail.
So you motion to approve number 3?
Yes.
I'll second it because this has already been approved by us in the past and there's no reason to belabor it.
I don't think we've approved this in the past, but okay.
Where these things were laid is where we approved them.
Okay.
The distance between
road.
the wall and the buildings were the same.
Okay, Davis,
Horseshoe.
Wendy?
Looking for, hold on.
Aye.
Vinegar,
Aye.
Pelosi,
Aye.
Rogoff.
I have to vote no on this. I think it's completely unrealistic to think that that's enough parking space and enough room for vehicles to maneuver in and out and in a comfortable manner.
And Baker.
Aye. And the last issue with respect to the street is section 116106, J, K, L, and N, which talk about the subgrade, the base course, the surface course, and the asphalt depth. And I I'm not an engineer, but I would defer to the people that are and that have created these specifications for ODOT and that are in our building code. So I'm not sure why the developer would not just build the road to what's specified. If they'd like to speak to why they're proposing something different, I guess that would be fine to hear.
Yes, so this is more of a driveway than a roadway. This is the typical of a standard development like this. To have this what spec'd out in the village is something that would be for like a roadway that is a much greater roadway than we would see standard. This would be like something that would be out on Cleveland Street or somewhere along that way. Not for this instance.
I believe this, if I can chime in, I believe that the specifications for private roads in Chagrin Falls are the same as the specifications for public roads. Tim, am I right?
Yeah, the private road standard says see public road construction standards.
Yep.
And our standards happen to be out of date, so they're not much to go by. And I agree that what's been proposed is very typical for private drives of this type.
Yeah, this just is frankly, it's not going to carry the same kind of traffic as any public street. It's not going to carry the same kind of loads as public streets. It really, like you've heard people refer to it during this meeting, it really is going to function more as a driveway than as a road. It's going to have very limited traffic just by its nature, and so that's why the standards that are applicable to a public street really are not applicable here any more than they would be in a driveway that serves a single home. This doesn't serve a single home; it serves 6 homes. But again, it's not a street that's used as a cut through or anything like that. It's just for people who are visiting or going to visit or living at these residences.
So Tim, does this section of our code need to be revised? You said
Yes.
outdated?
Yeah, the road standards is out of date, just refers to old Ohio Department of Transportation specification numbers and things like that. So everyone knows what they mean, but ODOT changes every 2 years and you have to double check every time they do that. So it's probably a better way to.
Are there new ODOT numbers for private roads?
No, it's just that it's materials that,
okay.
you see the 404 surface course is now 448, just things like that. It basically says the same thing in the new book. It's just that the reference numbers changes. So our specification talks about thicknesses where ODOT doesn't get into that. They're just into materials and testing standards. So we just need to clean up some loose ends, I guess.
So you're saying the proposed depth and materials are adequate?
Yes.
Anybody else have questions about this point on the commission? And if the maintenance of this road, because it's a private road, the maintenance of this road is going to be on the homeowners association?
Yes, that's in the decks and bylaws, and
The village has no responsibility for anything to do with the road, if it if it caves in, if it cracks, whatever.
correct.
Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to grant the modification to 1161.06 JK, L, and N as stated in the the September 11th, 2020 letter from Rob, point number 4.
I'll second.
All right, Baker,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Benega,
Aye.
Pelosi,
Aye.
and Rogoff.
Yes.
Okay.
Patty, I have one quick question.
Yeah.
Going back to item 1 in that letter,
Yeah.
I'm just going by the way that it's worded. It said, the statement was that private roads shall be constructed in accordance with all regulations in 1161. And then it says that you are granted the authority to modify. Do you still need to make a motion? Maybe Dale, you could answer this. Do you still need to make a motion to modify based on that code section or not?
Sure. Yes.
I wasn't sure. Okay. So,
I'm sorry, I don't understand. I thought that was just giving us the authority to modify these other points.
I
We
think,
don't want to modify 1130.02C, do we?
well, that section, actually, the verbatim wording says private roads shall be constructed in accordance with the regulations set in 1161.
Oh,
So you're allowed to modify that. And, by saying, yes, we wish to modify the regulations set forth in 1161.
okay.
To define that. And again, I'm just trying to follow the verbatim wording of that section.
All right, so I will make a motion to modify section
Wait a
11.
second. So are you asking us to modify all the regulations?
No, I'm asking to modify the ones that were further specified below. And Dale, maybe you can help me out with that
I
difference.
thought we just voted individually on each one of them.
Yeah, I think it's covered by the motions already made for the specific sections of 1161.
Dale, do you want to?
Sure. No, I think Patty and Nancy are correct.
Okay.
Good.
So we did accomplish something. Okay.
I just want to make
Yeah.
sure we're correct and we don't have any problems.
All right. And then the other thing that we're tasked with at this point in this project is approval of the overall preliminary plat, which we received new drawings.
Patty,
Yeah.
again, I want to make sure that people, the audience that's here has had an opportunity to speak either for or against anything. We keep filing motions and
Well, anybody's available. Anybody can speak at any time.
okay. I
Did
did. I thought you had to ask them to give them the floor like we did with the last matter. Nope. Okay.
Are you referring to the street issues?
No, the whole thing. Is there anybody here that
Well, I
has?
just suggested we're gonna move to the overall plat now.
Okay.
Patty?
There's specific issues with the overall plat. I guess we could open it up to anybody to say anything about the whole project. I was gonna go to particular parts of the project, but that we had drawn attention to before. But if there's anybody that wants to say anything about anything, go ahead.
Well, so since my understanding is that we don't have to vote on the preliminary plat at this meeting, we can wait till the next meeting. And since we still have the wall issue hanging out there, and I don't know that we have everything in place that we need. I mean, we can talk about it, but I don't think we should be voting on the preliminary plat at this point.
I just think that since there's 17 participants here, that we have to give them the courtesy to make a comment if they'd like Mr. Miller
Of
or
course,
anybody
they have,
else.
yes, I think that we should talk about it, but that doesn't mean we should vote on it. And everybody apparently has the ability to have a hand waved in
Okay, I just
in the chat section if they want to speak, and Christy opens that up for them.
Actually, if this is Christy, just from a technological standpoint, we have one attendee who's out of the room, not able to speak unless we ask. Otherwise, the folks representing the project are able to speak at any time if you address them.
I think, well, they can speak at any time they unmute themselves, right?
Well,
You-
procedurally, we should address them, Patty. Procedurally, we should address them.
Yes, my guess is they're not speaking out of turn. So if you are opening the floor for comments, then they will speak. But if you're not, then they're going to be
The
respectful.
floor is open for comments. The floor is open for comments. If people would like to comment, please do so. Should we move this one attendee to be able to speak? I don't know if they.
Larry Trace, if you would like to be involved in the conversation, just raise your hand in Zoom and I'll move you on over.
Okay, I'm not intending to exclude anybody.
100%. Thanks, Patty.
So I agree with Nancy. I don't know if everybody understands or, has heard what transpired with the retaining wall on the south side of the property. It does not conform to our code. It's not subject to planning and zoning modification. It's subject to, they requested a variance from Board of Zoning Appeals. They were granted a variance by Board of Zoning Appeals, but council has asked to review that decision. And they could either uphold that decision or not. That meeting has not been scheduled yet. So given that, I find it really hard to approve a preliminary plat where the placement of the buildings, the size of the buildings, the placement of the road, everything is kind of dependent upon where that retaining wall is. If they have to move that retaining wall as much as 6 feet onto their own property, it will change things somewhat. So I agree with Nancy that we're not in a position to approve this plat at this meeting.
If I may,
talk about that.
Again, Jordan Burns, counsel to the applicant property owner. We understand the procedure with respect to the variance that was granted by the Board of Zoning Appeals. The approval, the preliminary approval of the plat really is separate and apart from that, though. I want to be clear. The platting goes to the configuration of the lots here. And the plan that we've presented is the culmination of a great deal of effort by a host of people, including you. The lots, the individual sublots have been configured in a manner that this commission requested and recommended. As a consequence of that, a series of modifications were required to be granted by this commission, and this commission undertook the evaluation of those modifications and granted them a series of variances were also required of the BZA, and separate and apart from the location of the retaining wall. And the BZA saw fit to grant those variances as well. All of those go to the configuration of the lots, which is the subject before you with respect to the approval of the preliminary plat. We understand there is concern about the location of the retaining wall. The location of the retaining wall will not alter the platting of this property. It simply will not. In order to construct as we've proposed, we will need the retaining wall to be in the location we've requested. We think that it's in an appropriate location on our property and that the BZA properly granted the variance that we requested for its location. That location has been a fundamental part of this plan virtually from the inception of the plan. So this is not something new to the project. It's not something unique. It's not something that has changed in any way. But what we're seeking from this commission is approval of the layout of the lots. And that's something that this commission has looked at a number of times, has granted modifications to allow for, and now we're simply at the end of that process, so that we have the lots laid out in the manner that this commission has recommended, requested, call it what you want, and that modifications from this commission and variances from the Board of Zoning Appeals have been granted to allow. So we really don't think that it's appropriate to delay the approval of that, the preliminary approval. I want to emphasize it's preliminary approval of the plat on account of a variance that goes to the location of the wall. That's a separate issue from the platting of the property, and really should not delay this commission's decision with regard to the approval of the preliminary approval of the plat.
I have to, I guess, disagree. If the Board of Zoning Appeals is not, if the decision to grant a variance to place the retaining wall in the location that you have it is not upheld, our code states that a 6-foot tall wall needs to be set back 6 feet, 3 feet plus every foot of an extra foot for every foot in height over 3 feet. If you have to move that wall 6 feet onto your own property, the road that we just discussed the width of is impossible, and you'll have to change the size of the buildings at that eastern end of the development. That changes the lots. That the point of preliminary plat approval, I understood, was to allow you to begin digging foundations, putting in the utilities and street. And I feel pretty uncomfortable allowing that if we don't know for sure whether you can put this retaining wall where you say you're going to.
So is it the village, it's not in your code, is it the village's practice to delay granting preliminary plat approval until all variances necessary for construction are granted and that all appeal periods have run for that? I don't know if your law director or your village administrator can answer that question, but frankly, I can't believe that that is your policy or your practice. It's certainly not your law.
I don't have a history to verify or to deny that I'm aware of. I know that was before me when we had other subdivisions come before the board, and I'm not familiar with how those were processed when this sort of situation would confront the village.
Dale, can you speak to that?
Well, I also would tell you that since I've been the law director, we have not had that issue come up. I've been before the village on behalf of developers in the past. The last one that I could think of was Falls Walk, but that was a somewhat different project. I think that you certainly have the ability to say, we need time to review things, and therefore we don't want to give it approval tonight. But on the other hand, you also have the ability to say that we'll give conditional approval to this preliminary plat, because all it is a preliminary plat. And you could put on the motion what you want to see and what you want to still approve as part of your motion. For example, you could say, we just got the declaration and development agreement revisions in the last few days. We want to review those again. But You could say also that we would preliminary approve this plat based on the wall being set where it is, whether it be by council upholding the Board of Zoning Appeals, or whether that, if that wall has to be moved, that the conditional approval would not be carried through for final plat, obviously, because the wall would have to be relocated.
But at that point, if a road is already dug in and foundations are already dug, it's a moot point whether, how can we make a conditional approval that's going to allow this development to be started, site work to be started, not knowing this piece of information?
Well, they can't, until the council acts on the wall variance, they don't know where the wall is going to go. What they're telling you is that they, if I understood their testimony, is that that wall can't change. It's got to go where it is, or else there won't be access to the rear. If I'm
Well, it
wrong on
might
that.
have to change.
What's that?
It might have to change. They can't
No,
say
we
that
just,
it
we
cannot
just
change.
won't proceed with the project in that instance.
Yeah, they can't
We
build the
won't
project.
obtain final plan approval, plat approval, and we won't proceed with the project.
So you're saying you either have to get the variance from BZA or reach an agreement with the Millers to have an easement on their property in order to do this project?
Well, I'm not sure what the easement with respect to the Millers has to do with the location of the wall. But we need the wall to be located in its location on the plans in order to proceed with the project. And so if the village council did not approve the variance that the BZA has already granted, then we would not proceed with the project. You of all people are familiar enough with the constraints of this site to understand that that simply moving a wall 6 feet is not simply moving a wall 6 feet. There is not space to move the wall independent of completely reconfiguring this and rethinking it virtually from square one, if not from square one, period.
This is Joe Miller. I'd like to make a comment. As I understand the BZA meeting that we had last week, the variance was approved and there was some marching orders given to both Andrew Brickman and myself to try to come to some agreement on an easement for building the wall and maintaining the wall. And I give credit to Andrew that he's reached out to me, and we've had a number of discussions in the last week to try to resolve this so that we can come to some agreement on an easement, which I think is important to this whole discussion. So I would agree that that needs to be done. And I believe, although it wasn't in the official approval out of BZA, that was something that was asked of us to pursue. So we have had those discussions. We've made some progress. We're not quite there yet, but I think we can get this resolved.
Again, I hope that that is true, but regardless, the preliminary plat approval really is independent of that. This is simply your approval of the configuration of the lots as shown on the plat.
Let me comment on that. The decision is in Andrew's court. And if he can make that decision, then we can get that done and move forward.
Yeah, I don't want to talk in front of this commission about a separate business arrangement between private parties, and I don't think it's appropriate to put that in front of this commission or to suggest that this commission act conditioned on that. I simply.
I'm not suggesting that, sir. I'm not suggesting.
And I understand. I'm simply emphasizing that the matter before this commission is very narrow. The preliminary plat doesn't cover all of the bases with respect to this development. It covers the configuration of the property and the sublots on the property. And so I think it would be inappropriate to tie the BZA decision or the variance that's going to be considered by the village council to the approval of the plat when we have been talking for months, years, really, with this commission about how to configure those. And here we are, having worked out all of those details, including the ones that you covered in your earlier motions, to confirm that the configuration and location of the road and the construction of the road is acceptable to you.
This is a separate issue, and the height of the wall, the placement of the wall, exactly on the property line for part of its length is not something we've been discussing for years. And it's not really in our court. It was a decision by BZA and it's a decision by council. So it's not really in our court. I'm just saying, I personally feel pretty uncomfortable having that up in the air. So the road, the access to the lots is part of the plat. The plat includes everything. And so that's one issue. Another issue with the plat that I've mentioned in our past 2 meetings that has either been kind of brushed off and said it would be addressed, and it hasn't been addressed, is the disturbance of the hillside on the east end of the development. As we talked about last time, there was a request to modify the side setback there from the east property line. It was different distances, 20 feet at one point. I can't remember all the different requests, but we held that to 35 feet based on recommendations from the Chagrin River Watershed Partners to not disturb the hillside there. And also, I believe at some point, I think the Millers expressed concern about that corner of the property. In July, we pointed out the limits of disturbance were quite far away from the eastern edge of Unit 6. And I think it was Mr. Scaletta said, oh yeah, we can tighten that up. And, the plans came back in August and it was in the same place. And that's when I noticed the changes in grade, which I hadn't, I hadn't picked up on before and nobody had mentioned it. And so it's become clear that, the intention is to clear that hillside and regrade it, which is pretty upsetting to me because planning and zoning, we made a very strong point of wanting to keep the building away from that eastern property line in order to not disrupt that hillside. So again, at our August meeting, we talked about it, and as far as I can tell, on the new set of plans that we now have in front of us in September, the limits of disturbance are in the same place and the grade changes look the same to me. So I don't know, Mr. Scaletta or Burns, if you can
I
say
can
anything
address
about
this.
that.
Yeah, our intention is not, and I apologize for this. We did make changes. I'll admit we have changes come in from Dale. We have changes come in from Rob, changes come in from Tim. So when I bring these all together to our engineer, it does sometimes fall through the crack. If you look at, if I was able to show you the stuff we presented to the BZA, it does show that. I can't explain why it didn't show up on this one. We did change those limits of disturbance on that. It doesn't reflect on this one for some reason, but that was changed again. I think it, with all the changes over time, boom, 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 it just, that did get missed on this particular set. And I do apologize for that.
Where would you say the
It's right. It would be right. And if you allow me screen share, I can bring that up. You see if it will do that.
Christy, can you let Mike screen share? Or comment on my screen share?
Yes, in order for Mike to screen share, you need to disable yours.
I think I already have it. Maybe not.
That's okay. So that's your screen, Mike, I think.
All right.
Yep.
So we did change this limited disturbance down there and back up over here. So I do apologize. This is what it will reflect. Again, this is, this is for some odd reason that didn't get picked up on this set of drawings. So I do apologize for that. I'm not sure why that didn't happen.
Hey, Mike,
Now these grades right here will stay the same. That's just a requirement of being able to construct a house there.
Can you show that again, please?
Oh, sorry,
You're on the eastern slope, what you plan to do. You were pretty fast.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. This changed from this limited disturbance right here. We tightened it up as much as we could. This is let me flip through to the one that you guys are currently looking at right here. So we did make that change to tighten it up.
Where exactly with your cursor? Can you show me?
Yep, these bubbles here, half circles, that's the limited disturbance. So that's what we go out there as a surveyor, marks it out, and then we that's where we can disturb up to, or that's,
How many feet out is that?
It varies, it's the setback is 35 foot from the property line right here to the house.
Right.
That's a standard setback. It has not been altered in any way. We didn't receive a variance or modification on it. So that's a standard setback. There's not a restriction on there that we can't do anything. That wasn't applied to us. So we are within that setback. The standard setback, then that doesn't, I think we've tightened those clearing limits up tremendously. So I would say it's roughly, 25 foot to 15 foot, somewhere roughly in there. In this area, it might be 15 foot. In this area, 25 foot.
Mike, I don't recall it being that way. I thought that we were very clear that part of the setback was so that area was not going to be disturbed, and that we wanted to keep that protected. And there was a conversation where there was not protected like the other areas, like the riverbank, and it's still not. And it still looks like it's being graded. And it still looks like a lot of disturbed area to me.
Yeah, so that is not under that hasn't been a restriction on the property.
It's been our expectation from the beginning that was not to be disturbed.
that wasn't in what you guys voted on originally. So what you guys voted on is the 5 foot from the top of the bank is the disturbance limit on here. So this is that hashed area that you guys voted on previously. This was not.
But it was brought up in the 2 meetings ago that we wanted that area to be protected. And
Yeah.
that,
So
we can look back at the minutes from the meetings before where we were saying that because of what the watershed was saying, there was another unit that was going to be there. We said we did not want that area disturbed, particularly because the watershed noted that there was a hillside there. And a lot of what I've been concerned about is protecting the riverbank, the hillside. I don't want anything sliding into the river. And I know that it was expressed to you all in several meetings about that hillside and having it be protected. And I know that there was a meeting where we said, can you include that in the protected area? And we got an affirmative there.
Well, I apologize if that's the way it was taken. You can't construct a house there and not
In
grade away
isolation.
from it. Yeah.
Why can't you build the house there without impacting the hillside? You've got 5 feet to work with on the back. On the north side of these houses, you're going to be constructing the house without disturbing beyond 5 feet outside the footprint on a much, well, I don't know if it's a steeper hill, but it's on a hillside there. So why is it not possible to have the side of this house built into the hillside the way it is without regrading it, without removing all the trees?
It's just the way the grades work out. It just physically can't be done that way. In a perfect world, that would be the case, but this is reality, and this is the way the grades work out. And we need area to be able to grade off. If we didn't have to do it, we'd want to bring as much. We'd want to leave as much undisturbed area as possible. But that's it's just not a reality of building a new home.
Is it not a financial reality?
No, it would cost us less to be able to not clear more and not disturb more area. It's not a financial aspect. It's a physics or
Constructability.
It's constructability aspect is what it is. It's you can't have.
So if you reset the building farther to the west, could you protect that area?
Yeah, so now I guess you're, wanting to put limits on.
Just asking a question.
So if we push that building further to the west, yeah, it would eventually, you'd now be essentially giving us a 35-foot setback. You'd be requiring a 55-foot setback or a 45-foot setback is what now you'd be requiring. Instead of keeping it the same, you'd be extending that setback out, even further beyond the standard what's given in your code setback. So the 35-foot. Tim will be and has been reviewing the hillside permit, and I hope Tim can talk to this and how comfortable he is with slippage and things like that. If he wants to take the floor on that and discuss that, because I know he's been reviewing that, and we provide him with a lot of information, probably more information than most sites. In Sugar and Falls, we've done a lot of borings on this site, done a lot of research.
It's a difficult site.
Yeah, no, I agree. We've put a lot of time and effort and money into this up front to ensure that we don't have any issues in the future.
I'm sorry.
I
Sorry.
guess I'd like to hand it over to Tim
Yeah.
and get his thoughts on that.
I'm not sure what the question is, but I mean, generally, that end of the building is blending in the grade from the basement wall back into the slope. You started to get into the hillside aspects. All the buildings will be basically bedded into rock, so the buildings themselves will be very stable. So there'll be some fill, which is, you know, man-made and will be constructed, compacted and things like that. So that section is not terribly steep, and you can see below it just by the gap in the contour lines that it's, you know, it's kind of a flat section actually on that corner of the building. Between the building and so off the corner of the building, you see kind of a gap in contour lines. That just means it's a flatter section of the
So it's really
flatter little corner there.
it's the porch area and the front sort of entryway up by the porch there. That's really, you have to dig out, you're digging out the hillside to get that to be kind of where the driveway is. Is that what's happening there with the grading?
So it's roughly like a foot different change.
Yeah.
It's really just blending, like Tim said, blending that in. So this this grade will come up a little bit, and we're just gonna blend it into the hillside there. Is what that is.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the numbers on the contour lines change that much. Like you say, maybe a foot or two.
Yeah.
To me, it's more, what's upsetting is the loss of trees and native established growth on that hillside that, you know, I'm sure helps hold the hillside in place and also provides, you know, sort of the natural setting of the site. Thank you for explaining what happened with the limits of
Thank you.
disturbance.
Yeah, and like I said, I truly do apologize for that. That was not my intent at all. Like I said, we submitted these to the BZA and there it's just a miss between myself and the structural or the civil engineer for some reason here.
All right, so to recap, Tim is saying that can you rephrase what you were saying, Tim, regarding that area to the east of the Unit 6?
Towards the north side of the building, there's a fill section,
Okay,
and towards the south corner, it's a cut section. So it's
Okay.
basically just blending in the grades on the end of the site to match the building.
so at this point, you're saying that does not, would not destabilize the hillside there on that eastern section?
Right, because if you follow that 967 contour
Mhm.
towards the south side of the building, that actually hits the retaining wall where it's 4 or 5 feet tall.
Right here.
Mhm.
At the edge, at the very end of the pavement, I think the retaining wall is 6 feet high. So that's at its highest point. And from that point to the east end of the wall drops from 6 feet to 1 foot tall. So really that end of the grading is basically blending in from effectively a
Okay.
6 foot cut to the end where there's, you know, to where it blends in and there's no cut. And then similar on the north end of the building, it's hard to see what those contours are.
Yeah. It's looking like 659 right in here. You know, that's what I'm.
It's not drastic. Hard to read.
Well, what's the next one to the north?
So we're looking at 959 here. So we're, you know, at this point we're at 4 foot.
you're adding 4 feet of
Correct.
soil there. And then it'll slope down to 960. And then
Okay.
what happens north of 960 there?
And 60, it blends right into the existing grade.
Okay.
And Patty and Mike, I have a question. I know we talked about the area would need to be cleared. Do you have any plans for what the restoration of this area would be after the project's done as part of the final landscaping in this area?
Yeah, it's Alex, you might want to talk to that more.
I'm sorry.
What type of plantings we put in there and
What type of what?
plantings?
I mean, it's on this side.
Yes.
An area.
Well, it's going to be ground cover. That's for our landscape architect and the installers who are gonna make sure this holds and stabilizes the site.
Hey, Rob, I got a question for you. This is Harry. If they grant the preliminary approval tonight, does that give them permission to start clearing the land?
We wouldn't clear until, until we got approval for, full approval. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to be clear, going back to some comments that were made earlier, including my own, where I questioned some things under the provision of your ordinances that governs preliminary plat approval, 116109B I actually ends with the language that I think we've all sort of referred to here. Approval of the preliminary plat shall be conditional upon compliance with all other applicable statutes and ordinances of the municipality. So again, going back to, I think Dale made this point as well, that that your approval of the preliminary plat does not absolve us from having to obtain any variances that might otherwise be required. What it does do, frankly, is it makes it so that we don't have to wait another month
Come back.
to come back. And the calendar is very important here.
Yeah.
And expensive.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just also want to share that there is a plat map in front of you right now where we did everything that we have been asked for, and that is the plat map of this property.
Rob, I'll let you take that back over.
What?
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So, and if there are other authorities in the village that are dealing with other components of the project, of course they are, but I don't think they should be mixed, and that's why it's their responsibility to discuss how the outcome of a variance or an item on this project. I mean, we cannot predict right now what the outcome is going to be. That's why they have that authority to vote or not to vote, to appeal or not appeal, and hear us again. And I think this should be their right to do. And the outcome again could vary. I mean, we cannot predict what the outcome is, and base this voting today based on the prediction what it could be or not could be. I mean, if there is any change, I would assume there is a regulation here that we have to come back or something, but that's the plat map of this property that has to be submitted many times. We went back, we revised it, and we have done everything that we asked for. So I think there should not be anything that's preventing for voting on the plat that we submitted as you requested from us.
I'd agree. And I think we've belabored this quite a long time today and several other days.
So Nicole, you have no other concerns with this project?
Well, the retaining wall it needs to be reviewed by the BZA, and we know that. So we can provide a motion here that we grant preliminary plat approval in accordance with our code, which is subject to whatever the BZA is going to decide. I think it's,
I have a question though, Dale.
Yes.
Are you still
It's-
on?
Yeah,
So
by the
does,
way, BZA has already decided. It's council that's considering it.
okay,
Right.
council. Thank
But-
you, Dale.
yeah, but my question here is, does a preliminary plat approval or denial, what, voting on a preliminary plat today, does that set time constraints into the future for a final plat approval, requirement of a final plat approval?
Not on our part, it does on the developer. If I remember right, I'd have to go look at it, but I think they have 1 year to come back for their final plat.
I'm looking that up right now.
Yeah, I'll try to find that too.
And obviously, any plat approval, preliminary or final is conditional upon an approved development agreement and homeowners declarations document? Or is that
Yeah,
only for the
yeah.
final? Well, it's got to be for preliminary because the development agreement,
Covers the start of construction.
yeah, talks about
Right.
how construction's going to go. So,
So it does say back to approval period, that approval of preliminary plat shall be effective for a maximum period of 12 months. And shall guarantee that the terms under which the approval is granted will not be affected by changes to the regulations. That's under subsection J in
And-
104.
And P is the provision that requires the final plat to be filed within 12 months.
Right.
and once that's filed, we have 30 days or something to approve that.
Correct.
Sounds like Nicole, you don't have other further issues. Judy or Wendy or Nancy,
Yeah,
are there other
do.
things you'd like to bring up about this plat?
Well, I do. I mean, people keep saying that planning and zoning determined this configuration, and I disagree that we determined it. I think the developer determined it. And I also think that it's different from the configuration that we last saw in February of 19. This is a different configuration than we had seen prior to the beginning of this year. So there are limitations and issues with this that, yes, we agreed to the 0 lot line, but that was because we were more or less forced into it by the change in the configuration of this. That end unit is a slightly on a different angle than the original attached single family development was. And that's what this originally was attached single family, and it's no longer attached single family. So
But we've already gone through that, Nancy.
Yeah, so the
It's done
history,
with.
the history of it, let's move on to what about this plat needs to be discussed further before we can give them preliminary approval. I say the retaining wall, the disturbance of the hillside on the east end. And then I also have an issue with what's been designated as protected common area. But I wanted to provide everybody a chance to bring up their issues. So Nancy, did you have issues with this plat that you want to discuss?
I think I have the same issues that you do, and I think that that we don't have to vote on it tonight.
Okay. Judy, do you have anything you'd like to
Yeah,
add?
my question, and we all want to get this moving ahead as fast as we can, and nobody wants to delay it. Nobody wants extra meetings. And I think, Mike said, things are coming so fast and changes are coming so fast in so many directions, particularly this week. My concern is that we really haven't had time to look at the changes we were getting. I think we got 3 declaration changes this week. We certainly got plat changes this week. And then had Patty not identified the particular East End question and noticed that, which I appreciate your fine eye in noticing that, then we would be approving something that didn't even have what we had asked for last time. So, you know, the retaining wall, the east, the protected areas, but I think even more, it's a lot, if there's no benefit. So I guess my question in the form of a question is, what's the benefit other than not having to come back one more time if the preliminary plat does not allow starting construction, which is what I think we all thought that it did. But if that's not the case, which I understand why it can't be the case until we know about the retaining wall, then are there other reasons to approve a preliminary plat tonight? When we still are looking, and we're still, every time we look at the plans, we're finding something that somebody thought was going to be addressed that wasn't.
Wendy?
Oh, just to add something in, I also wanted to have a review of the common areas. So.
Yeah, so just specifically, so I'd like to have a set of plans that show this tightened up limit of disturbance that was shown to BZA, but is not included in our set of drawings. And also, I don't know which sheet shows the protected common area. I'm a little, I thought, like Wendy said earlier, I thought the east end hillside would be included in protected common area. I don't see why it shouldn't be. I don't know if the developer will be agreeable to, will agree to that, but I can't imagine why they wouldn't be if it's, it's outside the lot line of the building owner. I'd like that designated on the plat.
Well,
So
and that section was never, it was never mentioned that was going to be disturbed.
Right.
That 35-foot setback was never mentioned that it was going to be disturbed, and we didn't know it was going to be disturbed until they had a plat showing it being disturbed.
Until we asked them to put the limits of disturbance on the drawings, and then we saw that it was. And we did way at the very beginning when we insisted upon keeping the 35-foot setback there. We did state that the reason we wanted that setback maintained was to protect that hillside.
Right.
So, I understand what you're saying, that you need to do some clearing and regrading there in order to build this unit. But I'd like to see outside the limits of disturbance there considered protected common area. And I'd also like to see, I thought when we made the 0 lot line that everything north of the buildings would be protected common area. And at our last meeting, I think Michael said, we don't want to have a guy coming in with a ladder to wash the windows, have to get village approval to I don't know, go behind the buildings. So there was going to be a 5-foot, space that wouldn't be protected. It would just be common area. I'd like to see this protected common area follow the, just be 5 feet off the lot lines rather than following the crest of the hill. And then the limited common area, that's a whole new concept to me after reading the documents. Like what's going to be allowed there. I guess I understand that it's only for the owner of that building, which I guess makes sense, but I feel like we need to tighten up the restrictions on what can be done with that limited common area. And how do we keep that from spilling into the protected common area?
Patty?
Yeah.
Just one comment. I think, we have this pretty hashed line that shows disturbed areas. We need to see that the developer, before they put a shovel in the ground, needs to get that marked.
Yes.
There needs to signage put up on all 3 sides.
Yeah.
And we haven't discussed that, it hasn't been discussed, but we got to make sure that we know where the boundaries are visually, not on paper.
Yes.
Yeah, on that front, actually, in the development agreement, you would, somebody on behalf of the village had requested an orange construction fence be placed surrounding the entire protected area.
Yeah, that was
And we added that to the development agreement. So that's there in addition to the requirement that was previously there, that required signs along the lines, Harry, that you're referencing to be placed there as well. So the development agreement already requires signs and a construction fence surrounding the area.
I think the construction fence needs to be there, put in, installed, and inspected by Harry, so he knows where it is. And because he's the one who's going to be on site watching what's going on before trees start falling and dirt starts moving.
Yeah.
Again, that's what your that's what the revisions to the development agreement provide for.
Yeah, the surveyor should mark the disturbed areas and then they can put the fences up accordingly.
Yeah. So would, Michael, would it be possible to add that east end? Can we just have everything that's outside the limits of disturbance? Can that be considered protected common area? If you're not disturbing it during construction and it's common area, can it officially be designated protected common area?
So switch it from easement area.
I'll be honest with you, that's not for me to decide, but my personal opinion is you're overstepping your bounds by doing that. This isn't, this is a development. It's not, we're not protecting the whole development area that's untouched.
Mike, I want to disagree with you on that, because from the beginning, when we said that we would go forward with this, we said we would go forward with the conditions that the hillside on the east side in front of the riverbeds would be protected. That's why we went about having the 35-foot setback, so that we would reduce any type of construction within those sites. And I'm sorry, I know how construction works. I do not want to have you asking forgiveness for moving soil after the fact. I would rather have you ask for permission ahead of time, because once the damage is done, the damage is done. And I see my role on this Planning and Zoning Commission to protect the river and our community and the surrounding homes and hillsides that have been here long before Brick House came to us to do this development.
I agree with you.
You do?
Yeah, I agree with you in the fact that that's your role, and I agree. I just don't.
You just said we were overstepping our bounds.
A little bit, to protect everything around this. That's
Mike. There's really not that much.
Yeah.
We're talking
that's not up for me to decide. Alex can make that decision.
Okay.
She can speak.
We're talking about the 25 to 15 feet that you're saying you're not going to disturb over here, which is a sensitive hillside that has established growth that we were told should not be disturbed at all. You're now telling us that about half of that area is going to be disturbed and cleared of trees. So if you want us to agree to that, you might consider that it would be a good idea to leave the part that you're saying you're not going to disturb to actually designate it that it won't be disturbed. Just saying.
Didn't we discuss this last time as well?
We've designated that in our development agreement that we're not going to disturb beyond the limits. So that's already in there. Am I wrong, Dale and Jordan?
No, that's exactly what I was going to ask. Because forgive me, because I'm late to the game. I've only been involved in this for the last couple or 3 months. You all have been involved in this for the last year and a half. But is the air, 2 years, I apologize.
I mean, seriously, I'm really ready to cry because this project, I mean, we are here at Brick House, I have to tell you, really at a crisis mode. I'm sorry that I'm so emotional, but this is really beyond something that I can handle as a person, as somebody who is trying to do business in the city and make something beautiful at the end of the day. I mean, I understand everything that everybody has right. There is legal things, but every meeting, this is a 4-hour meeting. Does anybody have an idea how much this cost, the project? Do you know how many meetings like this are there? Do you know that this project is just on the edge to be at all viable? And we're just not going to do it. It's going to file bankruptcy, and that's what's going to happen because we can't. We just can't. Do you understand that? And we're at a loss. We're at a total loss where we have been thrown for a meeting to a meeting, for a meeting to a meeting, adding stuff, changing stuff. And I really don't know what to do. I mean, I can't, Patty, I'm sorry. You're smiling, but it's not fun to me. It is not a joke. This is our livelihood. This is what we do for a living. We support the team for 2-3 years. That, and because of that, we actually lost 2 of our main members, including Mike and Vince before, because they cannot handle this stress anymore. Like every other day, I have 2 babies at home, and I'm here every other week waiting and debating and waiting for the person before that. And it's just beyond normal. It is beyond normal attitude, human behavior, and whatsoever law and legal. I'm beyond.
We granted, I'm sympathetic to your situation, but we've granted many modifications to allow this project to happen. We've spent our time also working on this, and we get nothing. We have no monetary interest in this at all. We're just trying to do the right thing in upholding our zoning code.
So it's not monetary interest, it's our livelihood.
I
This is what it
understand.
is. It's not us trying to make more money.
Patty, we have granted, and that's the point. I am so sorry for everything. We have granted these modifications. They have upheld the 35-foot requirement, and they've done what we've asked them to do. Exactly. I'm sorry, we're getting a little bit, I understand that we are here to protect the village. We did. We protected the riverbank. We asked for the 35-foot requirement, and they gave it to us. They have changed this plan to accommodate everything that we have asked. They're going through they're going from one obstacle to the next
Nicole,
as a business person, no, Patty, as a business person, I have to continue to let you guys know that Alexandra's, I don't even know, 4-hour meeting, you guys, there's a lawyer sitting here that they're paying at least $300 an hour. They're paying every one of their employees overtime to this. No, Patty, you don't understand. You don't
understand. This process for the last, I will tell you, this last 3 months, this process cost us $150,000. Do you think we make that much money? No, we don't. We just simply don't.
I think this
one of the buildings here, it just doesn't make any money whatsoever. I mean, we barely are able to cover right now the personnel who is working on this. It is just.
I think we've belabored these points way too long. This is why I got upset when we were talking about number 3 for 62 times. We saw the size of the parking. We asked the fire chief. We asked the police chief. They said it was safe and sound. We should move on. This is a preliminary plat approval. Asking them to come back for our approval again, we're going to do it or we're not, Patty. Either we're going to approve this thing or we're not. but there's no reason to bleed any company dry while we're figuring it out.
Nicole,
Just-
nobody's bleeding anybody dry. So
Nicole,
It is
Yes,
dry. It is serious. I'm happy to show you all the financials to all of
So
you.
you guys,
so that
let's
you can
just make
see.
That
it,
is
let's
not
just
the
make a
issue.
decision. We need to just make a decision. We need to just make a decision.
You know, every time we come back in front of this board, you guys nitpick every little thing
Every
on here
little
that,
thing.
and you keep adding and adding and adding. Instead of doing your
Nancy, you know
research ahead
why?
of time and coming up with a list of full questions, you guys keep adding and adding each time we come in here. And this process will never end the way you guys do this. It's getting to an excessive point to where you
It's
can't.
excessive.
Yes.
It is excessive. It's
let's-
not human. And honestly, it's just not
Hey,
human.
can I interrupt
We-
everybody for a second here?
Yeah,
Oh,
Dan, we need to go.
everyone, this is denigrating to a level none of us want to be at. What,
It's
what
11
I want,
o'clock. This is
I wa-
just
I wa-
crazy.
Alex, hang on a second.
It is crazy.
I want to focus everybody back. If I understand right, all we're talking about is the space between the hatched-in protected common area and the back end of each unit, which is going to be the lot line. And
Yes.
we're talking about a small piece of land that under our code is not required to be in a protected zone. If you were building single-family lots, you would have some backyard that would go right up to that protected zone. And you wanted it to be common area, which they've done. But I think what you're doing is you're trying to avoid a situation where somebody starts creeping up to the limits of the disturbance or the protected area with something that they might do, whether it be a
Patio.
a pile of who knows what. Could be a sandbox or a fire pit or whatever.
And especially since these units are being marketed by drawings showing a full riverfront view, I'm concerned about clearing of trees.
Well,
We've been asked by ARB
We're
and
not-
everybody
this is not
to
a mark.
remove those trees. They're not there. That's per your city code or your requests to not have those trees there so that you guys can see the actual buildings. So that's
Correct.
what that
The
is.
trees are not on the rendering so that the ARB can see the buildings. We're happy to put the trees there.
Okay.
Just
I think it's a common area. The association is going to control it. And if we find that somebody is doing something that's interfering with the protected area or impinging out right on the edge of it, we can go to the association and say, get that resolved because they're not permitted to do that because that's supposed to be open space and not to be used for the one unit. But I do agree. I think we're getting into an area that's not contemplated in our subdivision regulations or the zoning code.
Dale.
Yeah.
But we did only today get a I don't know what number version it is of the development
Right.
agreement and the homeowners regulations. And we got I don't know when it was, sometime during the day. I don't know that anybody's had really sufficient time to look at it, to understand it, to have questions to ask. And I think it's unreasonable we get changes at the last minute and we're supposed to digest all that and then vote on it. And I don't think that it's appropriate to ask us to do that.
Sure, that's a different question.
We have a drawing that isn't really correct. So what are we even approving? I mean, this drawing doesn't show the proper limits of disturbance. It doesn't
We
show.
explained that. Wait, let's be reasonable. We have explained that.
Hey, Alex, let her finish, please.
But we're entitled to see it on paper exactly the way we want it. And that's not changed. We asked for that the last time. We didn't get it this time. We're not seeing the actual limits of disturbance in the front. I have a lot of questions about the, some issues with the homeowners.
Please bring them up because this is the time to bring those up.
Yeah,
So we can make those changes.
We did.
I mean, that limited disturbance on the east side, like I said, it was a mistake. I showed you what it's going to be.
What it
And
is,
that-
yeah.
Fair enough.
So Dale and Mike, what is if you're not going to be disturbing, you've got your new curvy line in there of the limits of disturbance on the east end. We're accepting that you need to disturb part of that area that we always intended to not be disturbed. What harm is there in saying that the part that you're not going to disturb, you're saying you're not going to disturb it, and it's not part of somebody's private property? Why can't that be designated protected common area? To protect the Miller's property value, to protect further erosion of that hillside? What is the resistance to that?
Can we put the
Well,
Miller's
wait,
property on the
wait,
protected area?
Wait,
You
wait,
know,
Mike.
I mean,
Mike, hold on. She asked me the question.
all right, sorry.
Well, both of you.
Okay. All right. So the question really isn't why can't it be? As a governmental agency, we have to enforce what our regulations are, or what the spirit and intent of our regulations are. So I would put it to you and say, where in our codes does it say that you have to make common area protected area? For example, if you're in Falls Walk, when that was being developed, and they had like a common area for a playground or for walking paths or whatever, we didn't say, well, everything else around it has to be protected area. We don't do
didn't,
that.
but we could have as a condition of our approval.
But why? Why do you have to protect it? What is it about that area?
Because the Chagrin River Watershed Partners at the very beginning of this whole discussion 3 years ago came to us. They walked the site. They said, this is a hillside area with a lot of, whatever established growth that you should do your best to try not to disturb. Same as what they said about the riverbank. And that's why we bent over backwards to not allow a building to be put in that area.
Interesting that you brought up Falls Walk, because in the common area in Falls Walk, somebody cut down many trees and put up a children's play set, a large jungle gym thing in the common area. So
and until a neighbor noticed it, they were treating it as their own yard. And they
Well, it's down now, and they've actually even moved out of town. Okay, guys, come on.
Here, I don't want to belabor the point, but here, this is to Dale's point, to Alex's point, to Michael's point. This isn't a negotiation. We're governed by laws. We are doing our level best to comply with every legal requirement, but we do not take for granted that we have come to you and asked for numerous modifications in accordance with your ordinances, and you have granted them pursuant to your ordinances. We appreciate that. That is the process to which we've subjected ourselves. That is a far cry from the kind of negotiation that we're starting to go into, whether it's with regard to protecting an area that we're not going to impact regardless, or what we call limited common area versus common area, the changes to the documents. Just to be clear, I can't speak to when you as a commission receive documents. The one change that Dale and I communicated about today had to do with the how the number of owners in the association in order to take certain action on behalf of the association was expressed, whether by percentage or by number of owners. I'm not belittling that as a point, but there really does have to be some endpoint to this. This is not, again, it's not a negotiation. We are trying our best, as we've been doing for years, to satisfy your legitimate concerns under your code. That's different from now just negotiating the terms of documents with this commission, or negotiating for additional protections beyond those set out in your ordinances. We understand, like we've said repeatedly, we've got to meet the requirements of your ordinances. The BZA saw fit to grant a variance. There are members of council who exercise their authority to petition from that. That'll be considered by council, and we understand that. But the matter that's before you, after all of these modifications and all of the variances that the BZA has granted already, is a narrow one. And it simply allows us to move forward with this project. We don't know when the village council is going to meet to consider the variance that the BZA granted. We don't know whether it's going to be in 2 weeks, 2 months. We have no idea. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to be in a position where we have to wait however long that takes and then come back to this panel and then ask for more permissions and have this process start over. Everybody is going to get off of this and say, I wish I had said this. Some of us are going to get off and say, I wish I hadn't said that. But regardless, we're here for something very narrow, a preliminary plat approval, which is just.
And it's preliminary, right? I just want to say one
preliminary-
more time, it's a preliminary plat approval.
The preliminary plat approval allows you to start clearing the land, digging foundations, and installing utilities. Am I not correct, Dave?
That's correct.
Would you not going to give us that permission until we have the BZA approved, the variance?
But if we approve the preliminary plat, it gives you the authority to
Do you-
start processes.
Do you
If
think
you-
I want to
if you-
invest more money into clearing something
I
that,
don't know.
that,
All I
I
know is
mean,
that
if,
our law director is saying that if we approve this preliminary plat, you can start your site work.
Okay, Patty, you can do that, but you can say we approve it conditioned upon the variance being granted, and then they can't start until the variance is granted.
Which again, under the provision I read earlier is true regardless. Even if you don't say that, we're still subject to it. But if you want to condition it in that manner, absolutely. Do that.
Let me add one other thing, because I didn't have a chance to mention this. I did get a chance as we were driving home to read the changes that were made today to the declaration, and I have no problem with them. I've approved the development agreement as written last week, and then the changes that were made last week and today to the declaration. I understand, Nancy, that you need time to look at it, and you just recently got it, and I can't answer that for you, but all these other issues, I think, are solvable with the way you would do your motion, or in my view, I don't think it's something that the Planning Commission needs to do, to say that that area between the protected area and the units has to be included as protected common area. But if that's if that's the majority of thinking, then that's your call, not mine.
I do not understand if land is outside the limits of disturbance and it is not going to be part of somebody's yard. They do not own this. It is not, it's not going to be disturbed in any way.
Well, actually,
Why would it
there
not
will
be?
be.
What?
It could be disturbed during construction of the units.
No, not if it's outside their limit of disturbance.
No, if it's not in the limits of disturbance, but they're building their unit up against the lot line.
Right.
There's construction activities that could cause some disturbance to the vegetation there.
Can we see the drawing with the new limits of disturbance, Mike, that you've got? So, can you show the whole site, the whole property? So, so the limit of disturbance is the crest of the hill on the north side.
Right.
essentially, right? Yes. Oof. And then we have the east end, that's also a hillside that we've said we would like to have not disturbed. They're saying that it's not going to be disturbed.
There's not going to be grading in that in that area.
The
What
grade,
if for whatever reason I'm making this up, I admit it, but what if a piece of machinery needs to be placed there or stored there during the period of work? We can't
Well, they
do
said
that
that
in
that
the,
would
we
not
can't
happen.
do that. We can't do that in the protected area, but we may need to do that somewhere on site. That may be the place on site that we, the place on site where we do that. That's absent the kind of restriction that you're asking for that isn't required under your code.
okay, well, along the north side of the property, we were told that no construction equipment would be staged, placed, anything.
That's right.
And that you could build these units with 5 feet between the foundation line and the limit of disturbance. And there would be a construction fence there and there would be nothing touched beyond that.
On the north
You
side.
said you could do
yes.
that on the north side, but now you're saying you can't accomplish that on the east end with 15 or 20, 25 feet of area being disturbed?
Patty, if we take away every side, then yes, it cannot be constructed.
Yeah, I think what I'm saying, and I'm not the builder here, but logic tells me what was just said, and more to the point, we shouldn't have to determine that right now. We shouldn't have to determine that because you'd like less area disturbed. We would like less area disturbed too. Any area that we disturb, we're gonna have to do something to landscape or restore in some manner. But we sitting here in a planning commission meeting where we're reviewing a preliminary plat, subdivision plat, and being asked to promise that we will not disturb an area adjacent to our construction zone is that's really getting into the nuts and bolts here.
Okay, I'll just say that the entire reason that you have a building placed where you do on the east end of the development is because that was what that was the intent of us saying you could put a building there, is that it was not going to disturb that hillside.
No, the intent was saying that they were not going to go beyond the 35 lot requirement, 35-foot lot requirement. That was it, Patty.
In order to not disturb the hillside. Wendy, Judy, Nancy, do any of you recall that was the reasoning for having that 35-foot setback?
It had nothing disturbing. We definitely didn't want them to build on beyond that 35-foot. We didn't want them to build beyond that 35-foot because you're correct, because of the hillside. We didn't want it built there. We didn't say, oh, and by the way, you can't put a forklift there, or by the way, if somebody drops a hatchet there, they're in trouble, or a 2x4. We did not say that. And that's not what we're here for. We're here to approve the plat, a preliminary plat, with the exception that whoever is going to make the decision about the new wall laws that we've put in place, and the fact that these agreements are been reviewed by our expensive law director. I'm not going to read those agreements. Dale has more experience, and he's the one that needs to make a decision about those agreements. If Dale is good with them, I'm good with them. I don't.
Part of your duty as being part of this board is to read the materials provided to us, because we're the ones. Dale will make sure
But
that.
I also rely on the law director to do what he does in interest of our village.
Right. He's making sure they're legally correct, but we're the ones that have said, can you please have this be in the agreement, because we would like this to.
Okay, we don't need to go back and forth about this.
Okay, so.
Are we going to do this or not? Let's make a decision, Patty.
How about if you make a decision, Nicole?
I will make a decision. Fine, thank you. I make a motion that we approve preliminary plat with all of the exceptions that we've discussed. One is that the wall gets approved by village council, and two, that each and every document has been finalized.
Each and every document has been finalized by meaning
Means
what?
the declaration.
Declaration, the
and
declaration.
And the development agreement.
Yes,
Has been
those two.
approved by
Dale.
Do we have any plans to discuss those documents?
Oh
at
my
a-
gosh, you guys.
Well,
we can discuss it. We'll have to discuss it before they're finalized because some of us care about
Yes.
what's in them.
Yeah, you're right.
unless you want to.
If I could chime in before that's seconded, just to clarify, with regard to the approval by council, if you could simply add to the extent required under your ordinances. If, for instance, council determined, the members of council who had petitioned determined to withdraw their petitions for whatever reason. For instance, they're satisfied with an arrangement made with regard to where construction would occur. We don't want to impose an obligation that wouldn't be in place at that time. So if
I think the point's well taken. It's either the variance is granted by action of the council, or the action is withdrawn and the BZA decision becomes the final decision.
And we need to say that this limits of disturbance plan that we did not receive is the one that counts. I don't know what other changes are. We do not have this plat in our hands. I've never seen this until Mike shared his screen. So.
The limited disturbance.
Well, that's not the plat, that's the grading plan.
Yeah.
Right?
The
So the
plat.
plat is,
This is a plat right here.
yeah.
This
so
is the plat.
The
So
plat
this is all we're approving.
Yeah.
It has
Well,
nothing
there's-
to do with
there's
the
two-
grading.
There's 2 pages to the plat.
Yeah,
Okay.
this one. I'll zoom out real quick. And I believe we're going up.
Pages 3
And
and
this
4.
one. Those are a plat. So that's what you're approving.
Did we decide on the limits of disturbance along the backs of the buildings?
They have nothing to do with the plat, Nancy.
It does if if approval of the preliminary plat allows them to start digging foundations.
But it's not going to, because it's contingent upon the
Yes.
approval of the wall in
Yes.
accordance with our laws. And
So
So
as
it's-
soon as council has their meeting, if the wall BZA decision stands, the next day they can start clearing the land, and we will not have anything showing this limit of disturbance that we've been discussing for
ad nauseum.
yes. So Dale, how is that resolved?
Well,
If you give preliminary plat approval and the only other conditions are the declaration, the development agreement, and the wall variance issue being satisfactorily resolved, then they could go ahead based on the grading plan that was submitted if Tim Lannon has signed off on it.
If Tim
At
has
least-
signed off on it.
Yeah, we still need full approval through Tim Lannon, you know,
Another
that's just a
expert
whole nother step we have to jump through yet.
But-
That we can't jump through until we get approval here. This is just extending this out even longer.
Wendy, do you want to speak?
And Tim is more of an expert to approve the areas of disturbance than we are.
And that was one of the things that was stated from the inception, that when we gave the initial modifications, that if it was the watershed would look at the plans and it would have final approval by Tim where the
yes.
disturbances will be. So I know it's frustrating for you, but that's been the,
But it's
that's
there.
something that's
But that-
been stated from the beginning that he would
But
have
that's
to do
there.
that.
That's not our, we
Right,
don't
I
need to
understand that.
cause pain because of it. There's no reason for us to continue to belabor this. We've got Dale doing his job. We've got Tim doing his job.
Okay,
And
Nicole.
we've already approved what we're looking at.
I think
Okay, should we-
Judy
did you
has
make a
something to
motion?
say.
Did you make a
I have
motion?
a question.
Judy has a question.
I'll make this so brief. And this is a question for Dale or Rob, and maybe we can come at it from another direction. Is there, so we don't yet know when council is going to take this up.
Well,
Is there
there's,
any
there's-
kind-
Setting a date now.
there's 5 dates we're looking at in middle October.
Okay, so middle October is likely when that will happen. And we have a meeting a week after that, correct?
Correct.
So
October 19th.
my suggestion
don't-
would be, and nobody wants to hold this up at all, but it doesn't seem very likely. And that's what I was trying to find out, if there was any chance the council was going to meet in the next week or something, then we might look at it differently. If they're not going to meet till the middle of the month, and we will have a meeting after that, which will give us the time to look at all the documents, those of us who choose to look at them and read them, and to go back. And what's been so difficult about this is the plans have changed so many times. Every time we look at it, you get pie-eyed trying to remember and go back through every set of minutes and notes to see what we approved, what we said, when we said it, what BZA, 15 pages of BZA notes. So I think we're all trying to do that as fast as we can. It seems to me like instead of doing a preliminary plat approval, which will have all these conditions, which we don't even know what the conditions are, that we have ample time to do what everybody wants, to look at this in a timely manner.
But Judy, that pushes off the final plat approval.
Well,
and
let
that
her
adds a-
finish.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. What it does is it gets us out of this round robin that we've been on for the last hour about if we do the plat approval, they can start construction as soon as, if and as soon as BZA and council come to a resolution on the wall, which is one of the issues, but it's not all of the issues. So I was just thinking it would give us a couple of weeks until they do that, then we'll know that answer, and then that should be easy. to-
Judy, that's
only
a
got
very,
few issues.
that's a very rational thought.
At this hour, there usually aren't too many.
How does that impact final plat approval?
The final plat approval is whenever they submit their final plat, we have 30 days to approve it.
So it does add 30 days. at
No,
least.
no matter when they submit their final plat.
But they
upon
can't submit a final plat without the preliminary plat approval, can they?
I'm not sure that that's true.
Can they? I don't know.
No,
I-
no,
I-
the final plat has to be in conformance with the preliminary plat. So we
Yeah,
can't,
that-
we
Let's,
can't.
let's stay away from that issue, because that'll get us off into another tangent we don't need to go to.
So can we give a preliminary approval with conditions then?
Yeah,
We
of
need
course.
to
We tried to
see
do.
the disturbance map. We need to
But we
see,
don't know what they all are. And it just would be so much easier to just put this off to
you.
the next meeting.
For you.
Yeah, it is easier for you, but it just makes it very difficult for what we do. It
It's
makes
not
us
going to change
impossible.
anything. It will
But they-
change.
It
They
does
would be
change.
presenting
It does change because that project doesn't make any sense for us anymore. I'm being serious.
Alex, you have to wait for council to deal with this matter
I
until
know.
October, whatever, 18th. We will have a meeting on October 21st or something.
Yeah, but you guys are
Like
just
that
gonna come up with more and more stuff to add on to this list.
No, you'll have the proper documents and plat in front of us showing the exact line of where the limits of disturbance are. And we'll have time to review
Okay.
the development agreement and the homeowners agreement.
I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, okay.
Could we
Well,
commit to
all
getting
I'm
the
saying is just
question-
another meeting that we pile up. And I told you, this
I
is
feel-
4 hour right now. I mean,
We've been
you
given
really,
And we-
this is something that, I mean,
Okay.
I wish you're one day on my side,
We've only been.
really, and
reviewing this.
have to pay something like this so that you can really understand.
We have not been reviewing this that long from the point of view of these particular documents. We only just started this a couple of meetings.
2.5 years ago.
No, not these
It's a
documents.
different plan.
Not this plan, no.
It's the same
Do-
limitations as you had originally.
It is the same
really.
limitations. It is the same limitations. The
Exact-
35-foot setback that we're talking
And-
about.
and-
We
and
put in
that's why-
place 2 years ago.
Yeah, and that's why the site plan was internally approved and we weren't required to do all of this.
Okay, well, Judy, I think what you've stated is extremely rational, and we have had a lot of changes come through today and the past couple of days. And I remain very uncomfortable with approving a plat that's based upon something that's under review by council. We're a volunteer board. Council has the final say in matters, and the timeline does not change significantly at all, since you have to wait for council to make a decision on the wall. There's still negotiations going on with Mr. Miller. I would agree with Judy that it makes the most sense to wait until October. If you have no intention you're not going to be doing anything anyways. It's not like you're going to be doing any site work.
Yeah, but every day we're paying money and this project is just not gonna make it.
Keeps
And I
delaying it.
will, I
Now
mean,
Tim can't
we have
start his
to,
review.
yes, and now Kim cannot do, Tim cannot do that. We cannot move forward with the
Yeah.
other permits. And I just have to talk internally with Andrew, what is gonna be our course of action moving forward.
We're
I mean,
trying to,
this project has been put in jeopardy because of internal back and forth and adding. So I'll compile all the documentation of all of the meetings and I'll address Andrew and our legal and see what we're gonna do.
We're not adding anything else.
you keep
Patty,
adding on each time.
Patty, a week of work is expensive. You
We're not
It's
can't-
not only a week, it's more than a week because
But
if you
no,
approved
Patty
it
thinks
tonight.
Patty thinks
Yeah.
it's a week. She thinks that
Yeah.
there's a week between one meeting and another.
Yeah.
And it's even that 1 week is extraordinarily expensive for a
It's
company.
not.
Nicole,
It's not even a week.
Nicole,
Yes, Patty.
I don't think you know what I think, first of all. So
Well,
don't.
you
put-
said it's not that much a big of a deal.
They have to wait for council to make a decision.
Yeah, but there's other
That's
things
not
that
our
can continue to happen in the meantime. So we can continue on with this project, moving with permitting and things like that, moving things forward. But we can't move forward until this is handled. So regardless of the wall, we need to continue moving forward. So now if you push this out 30 to mid-October, we have another 30 days beyond that for Tim to review and all the other permits and things like that to finalize review. So if we're able to start looking at that stuff now, it shortens up that time frame by 30 days or so. So now
Well,
you're saying it's a week, it's
and that-
more like 45 days,
And
so
that
that's
30
what you're costing us.
And that 30 days is at a critical time of year, because
Yeah.
the difference between having that 30-day period for Tim to do his work starting today and starting in mid-October
There's lots of
is
balls
the
in
difference
motion.
between it being completed in mid-October and mid-November. By mid-November, it's winter. And at
What-
that
And
point,
we're done
at
until
that
March.
point, we've lost the entire construction season.
Why
And-
isn't Tim doing his thing now?
Because we don't have a final plat or a preliminary plat approved. That's why. he needs to have that done to continue on. Because we're just going to keep changing this every time we come in front of you. So he can't.
We're not
continue
asking
on.
you to change it.
We don't know if until
Then,
you
then
vote.
you should just approve it if you're not
We-
asking for any changes.
Last
You
at
know?
our last meeting, did we discuss about the disturbance at the residence 6? We did. Were we asked, were you okay with just the some area that we're gonna have equipment there? You agreed with that. Mike showed you today what it is. Now you want the whole thing to be.
But we did not have that.
Well, I'm showing it to you today.
I understand. I know.
And we
you're
can
frus-
send it. We can send it.
Excuse me. I know
now.
you're frustrated, but we didn't see this until August. I know you were working with ARB for quite a while, but the plans were changed from when we initially granted the modifications, and now they're new to us. But we have also been
Wendy,
very
Rob
consistent.
approved them. Rob
Wait a
approved
sec.
them.
Yes.
Nicole, excuse me. Let me
We're
finish.
all in the same village. Rob approved them. If Rob approved them,
Nicole.
it doesn't matter that we didn't see them. It
Let
doesn't
me
matter.
finish. Let me finish. All I'm saying is I understand they're frustrated. There's been a lot of meetings. We're not all of the meetings that you've been at. We're
Yeah.
only a few of them.
But
And
we
we're
receive
at
all the bills.
And
Yeah,
you
I
were
understand, but you
But that's
gotta
we-
understand.
and we-
problem.
No, it is the whole, yeah. I mean, that's why this was approved administratively by
You know,
Rob. Because
Listen,
you're a
they-
team in this
I
one
understand.
village. Are
they
you 5
You say you
villages?
need more time, but we turn this stuff in and we expect you to review this before this meeting. And you
Okay.
guys obviously didn't
Why
do
we
that.
had to stay 5
Yeah,
hours today
it-
if we weren't ready?
You
Just
see, you need
cancel the
more
meeting
time.
for us.
Yeah.
We waited 2 hours, the person before us, and
Yeah.
we
Well,
were
you're up
first.
first on the
and I-
now
agenda.
how do
and
we
I-
call this meeting to order? I'm attempting to call this meeting to order. I can end this meeting right now and we will not discuss this further anymore. If people cannot be civil, this board is being bullied.
Yeah, we are.
I am
bullied.
sorry
We are.
I am
bullied.
sorry for any. We are trying to do our jobs. I understand you're trying to do your job as well, but we are not required to approve this right now. I'm sorry for any hardship that causes you. We are doing our best. We're spending hours and hours and hours trying to accommodate your project, which doesn't fit a myriad number of our zoning things. We're trying our best to accommodate you, and all we're doing is getting screamed at.
I'm sorry
Patty,
about this.
Patty,
We can
still,
end the meeting right now, or
Patty,
somebody can make a motion.
yeah, still. There was a motion made by Nicole. I don't recall that there was any second. Unless somebody wants to make a second, then the motion can't proceed. And I think somebody on the board should make another motion then, because I don't think we're going to accomplish anything else. I think every argument that anybody wants to make has been made. I think we should just go to it. And, if you could please ask if there's a second to her motion.
Is there a second to Nicole's motion?
Do you want me to
Um,
repeat it or rephrase it?
No.
So
Would somebody like to make a different motion?
Can we make a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second for that motion? Anybody else want to make a motion? I would make a motion that everybody goes to sleep and take stock of everything, and we will find out what council does at their meeting in a couple of weeks, and we will revisit this issue on our October meeting.
Can I make one suggestion?
Yeah.
The emails that went around to council today, apparently the first date was October 8th, if I remember right, and that wasn't available. And so there's a couple other dates after that. I think maybe like the
13th, 14th,
the
and
13th, yeah, 13th, 14th, 13th.
And I think
So if it's heard, then your next meeting is October 20th, is that?
19th.
No, October 19th. Yeah, so you'd be having your hearing like 3 or 4 working days later at the earliest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
At the latest, 3 to 4 days later, you're saying, Dale?
Well, it's possible that their meeting could even be after yours if they can't get everybody to agree to that date.
I can,
Not
I can
the
reach
date,
out to the council president on that matter. And
not the dates that we're considering. It,
It's most likely going to be the 13th or 14th. I didn't get any negatives to those dates yet. Did you,
So for
Nancy?
the council members, could we then?
13, 14, or 15, it'll be.
Maybe there's a way to balance this. I hear your concern about you're going to come back in a month and we're going to have more and more stuff. And so maybe since we now have the drawings and the plat, and we now have what we believe and Dale tells us is the final buys and decks and homeowners agreement, could we set a date a week from now, let's say 10 days from now, by which any comments, any questions we have to make sure that we look at that? Michael send us whatever drawings may be different than what BZA approved. Because my concern whenever there is a page that changes is that maybe there's another page that changed that we just didn't catch. So I think that's what we all want time to see, but maybe everybody would feel better if we can, say within a week or 10 days, we will get to Rob or whoever we're going to do it so that we make sure that this keeps moving along and that by the time we meet again, whether or not council has met, we feel on the issues other than the wall, which isn't our issue, that, that we can proceed and make sure that it goes faster than it did tonight. Does that sound reasonable to
well,
the
we have
council
meeting
members?
notification requirements. So if we do convene another meeting, we have to get notices sent at least 10 days.
I'm not suggesting another meeting. I'm just saying that all of us are saying, we just got this today. We just got this yesterday. We work, we have job, we hadn't had time to review it, that we just have whatever, and maybe Dale will tell me we're not allowed to do that, but whatever our individual comments are, we can send back to Dale and he can get to Brick House so that we know that when we sit down to talk again, any questions have been answered. Is that kosher?
Yes, you can do that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the offer. My hesitancy is, frankly, that's what we think we've been doing. We've been engaged for months now in just that kind of back and forth, certainly with regard to the development agreement and the declaration, and also the plan documents. That's why you have revised versions of the plan documents in front of you, because we've been doing just that.
And we think that too. We think we've been looking at them and we think we've been getting different versions. And today it was what percentage of homeowners, and yesterday it was a fence height and something else, and the day before it was something else. So we're all trying to keep up with all that. I'm just saying, give us a chance to take a breath, look, make sure there's nothing else so that we don't come back and do this again. Any other questions that we have to be resolved before that, or to be at least, brought up before then.
Yeah, again, our practical problem is that if we lose this construction season, there may be no reason for any further meetings with regard to this project. It's as simple as that. It's the difference between starting construction in 2020 and not starting construction until 2021, and time kills. That's for us to determine, but that is the reality that we're facing. That delay And that assumes, of course, that the petitions remain outstanding, which from council, which may or may not be the case. But regardless, if we're meeting again in October, that means that we are not starting construction this year. That's the reality.
I see people doing construction all year round. Don't we
Not
see-
starting it. I mean, he's
Yeah.
right. We're at the time of the year. We had hoped 2
He has
months
to
ago.
get undercover, yeah.
We understood that months ago.
I understand that that this delay, it does cost more than a week for you.
Yeah. And
Well, I don't know.
I'm still not
I-
I'm still not understanding another way to do it. If we could figure out how to do it, that
I
didn't
would
allow
like,
construction to start when we have an issue about that east end that is unresolved. If that wasn't unresolved, I would feel a lot better about doing it. Although I hear Nancy to say, you know, there could be other things. But I would feel a lot better about giving a conditional approval if it didn't mean that construction could start immediately and we would have no opportunity to resolve that.
It sounds like they're not interested in resolving that. I sound like I'm the only one that thinks that they shouldn't be disturbing that area. I don't
think it-
understand why we can't place a condition of tightening up of having the protected area be 5 feet off the building foundations on the north side and be contingent with the limits of disturbance. If they're not going to disturb it, what?
I do understand that they have to have, I mean, that in construction, there are things that do happen
Mhm.
with where you put the equipment so you can do the digging and so that areas
When
get disturbed.
we were talking about, when we were talking about the riverbank, they said we've built in very tricky sites
Right,
on the edge of a cliff in Rocky River. We will not step foot, we will not place any equipment 5 feet outside the foundation line. And we said, how are you going to construct these? No problem, we can do it.
but that's with one side, Patty, being
Right.
protected like that, not two.
Yeah, I mean, just again, practically, if you've seen or been to construction sites, there's staging areas, there's spots where equipment needs to be, there's spots where materials need to be placed. We're all familiar with this site.
You're not going to
It needs to go somewhere.
You're going to put it on top of the hill that you're saying is outside the limit of disturbance? Then that's not outside the limit of disturbance.
We're talking about two different things. We're
Where
talking
it-
about,
where is the proposed staging area? In the flat area in the front?
Yeah, it's next to Cleveland Street, I thought.
here, like I said at the inception, I can't tell you that at this stage where we're talking about preliminary plat approval and preliminary design of the site, that we've determined every place during the entire course of construction where equipment or materials are going to be placed.
Well, that's
And-
important for this
I
site.
think we've done a pretty
No,
good job in the
but we've done-
developers
but except for-
agreement.
Yeah.
That it calls out in there that we will not disturb beyond that. Now, what goes on in the future, that's another story when the people are living there. That you know, is up to them, and that is up to, you know, meet your current city code is what it comes down to. You know, your current city code doesn't say you can build a deck out there in that area, or you need to come in. There's people that cut down the trees in that other area that had a protected area. You know, it's not going to prevent somebody from doing that if that's what you're looking for. Yeah.
It'll help.
Yeah.
That's why we need to read the homeowners declarations documents.
I
And that was
did,
provided to you a long time
And
ago.
none
And
of
to
those-
require doing a job, is preparing for this meeting.
I read them,
Yes.
and I don't really have any questions on those.
Nothing pertaining to the protected area has changed on those in weeks. Certainly since our last meeting with you.
My understanding was that the protected area was going to be 5 feet off the foundation line on the north side. That's not reflected in the drawings. And I also don't understand why the east end hillside that is outside the limits of disturbance cannot be considered protected common area. What are you intending to do there? That's a hardship to have that be a protected common area. It's on a hillside. It was pointed out by the Chagrin River Watershed Partners to not disturb. The Millers pointed out that they were concerned about that edge of the property that abuts their property closest to their home. That's my issue. My issue with this is not the placement of the buildings. I would approve this plat if I was comfortable with the limits of disturbance around it, but it sounds like the limits of disturbance and the grading and protected common areas aren't even part of preliminary plat approval.
Nope.
They're
it
not.
isn't.
Which is what I don't understand, how we can let.
Because you guys hire a village engineer to review all those documents. This is not part of a plat.
Well, then how do we, what is it part of that we can be sure that these squiggly lines?
Engineering documents.
Dale, can
Tim's
you
job.
speak for this?
Well,
What-
Nicole answered. I mean, these are the kind of plans that are reviewed by the engineer
Okay.
and by Rob.
If Tim has final approval on that, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so
I'd
let me,
like to also have final approval of where all these lines that we've fought for.
But he said he was going to submit that to us. So can we make that a condition that we?
Tim, I have that on my motion. I was trying to, I have
Okay.
declaration, the developments agreements, and Tim is my third point here.
Okay.
Well, I want us to also approve the limits.
You want us to do Tim's job, who has the education to do this correctly.
And
It's not about the
if Tim approves it, do you have the right to appeal his decision?
Is there a motion, guys? Is there a motion on the floor from Judy to hold this till October that was seconded?
I made that motion.
No, it's not seconded.
I'm willing to consider.
I would,
If it
Was
doesn't.
that motion seconded?
I would,
No, nothing seconded.
No, we're trying to come to some kind of a.
I would,
We keep
Sorry.
rehashing the same stuff
Right.
over and over again.
We do, Nancy, because there's because we've invested a lot of time and a lot of people have invested a lot of money, and we have to be respectful of that. And I'm sorry, but yes. So the thing is Tim has a job to do, and he can't do it unless we approve this preliminary plat. The preliminary plat has nothing to do with the areas of disturbance. Tim does.
Why does Tim have to wait on us? No.
Why are we still, why hasn't
Rob
Tim
Dale-
done it already then? Why hasn't he already done it since
Done
the last
what?
meeting? Well, if you look at the email from the fire department, he approved it two times now. And he's saying, yes, it's proved a third time. If we look at the email from the fire department, Tim
What does the
had,
fire department have to do?
Tim
I'm
is
just
here. Let Tim speak.
okay, Tim, why haven't you already done this?
Done what?
He is.
You,
We're working on plan review now, so there's been an iterative process. So, every 3 weeks, I think there'll be a new set of plans come in, and then we check it against previous comments. And the plans are also further developed every time they come in. So I'd say they're very close now. They have, details to fill in on the sanitary pump station, things like that. But that's really the fine tuning the final design at that point. So
Fine tuning.
we're
your
continuing to review when they come in.
So they
Your
have
work
to do
is
plans
proceeding.
to review. That has nothing to do with us.
You're proceeding with your work now. You're continuing and proceeding. You and Rob are working on these plans. You're not waiting for preliminary plat approval from us.
That's true. When we get plans, we review them. If the focus changes based on, or minor design things change based on the meetings, those plans will be revised and they come back to us.
Okay.
There's nothing that you're waiting on that has to do with this preliminary plat approval. Is there absolutely nothing waiting on this preliminary plat approval? Permitting, I guess, is what I heard. I also heard Tim, but apparently Tim's
Nicole,
job is,
in here. Nicole, this is Harry.
yes.
They don't have building code approval. They've been to ARB for design, but they've never gotten approval from our code reviewer, RSA Architects. And that was 2 months ago.
So what's that waiting on?
Well, we can't issue building permits until we get that taken care of.
I know, but is that just because of Rick's time frame, or that's not waiting on us?
No, that's not waiting
Oh,
on you.
that's Brickhouse. Brickhouse needs to resubmit. They did not resubmit.
So when is that due? Is that going to be, when is that going to be completed? In October?
It's up to Brickhouse whenever they decide to resubmit.
So,
So we're being bullied into approving this.
Nobody's
tonight.
bullying anything. Is there anything that is contingent upon preliminary plat approval? I thought it was Tim. I thought it was permitting.
No.
Nancy, you're not the one in this industry. Is there anything contingent upon this preliminary plat approval? Mike, Alexandra,
Yes.
what?
You know, we can't get full approval through Tim until we have this preliminary plat because things keep changing. So he can't fully review this final or this plat that's in front of you and know that this is 100% complete until you guys approve it, because this is just continuing to change.
And we
Every
can't
time.
approve, I can't approve it until Tim sees it and approves it. And now I find out
Yes,
that
you
you don't.
can. You don't have to look at any engineering. He
I
has
don't
to
know.
know what the plat looks like.
Tim, is that correct?
Well, I'm reviewing plans as they show up, but if the buildings move, they're going to redo the plans or things like that.
So if the plat, which is really only where the buildings are located on the lot, which is within the lot lines that we've approved, is all we need to approve here. And you need that to finish your approval. Is that correct, Tim?
You lost me there, but
Do you need preliminary plat approval to finish what you're doing?
no, because the plans are in front of me and I review what's in front of me. What they may be saying is they're not submitting a totally final plan because, they can't invest in crossing every T on the plan if the plat's not approved and they're not final approved on street, road location, building location, and things like that.
Okay.
and can they clarify, so on ARB, they're not going to, until they get approval on those final plans, they're not going to do a final set of drawings either, correct?
Yes, we have one submittal left. Is a very minor thing that RSA is looking for. One or two items that they're looking for that we're prepared to submit. And all they have to do is give the approval, and then Harry can do his job to.
But the ARB approval's already been obtained.
Correct. It's
So-
just a actual code review.
The code review for
Use for the building permit.
Code review at ARB?
No, code
No.
review.
So you're done with ARB?
The architect does code review.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Will-
see. Okay.
Will
can get a
this
building
code
permit.
review be completed by October 15th?
It can be turned into them tomorrow if they want.
Yeah, they have to get plans resubmitted to me, Patty. We haven't had any plans resubmitted back.
And how long does that process take? Just I'm just trying to get a timeline.
Depending on
Here.
RSA's workload, I would say 2 weeks.
Mid-October.
Right.
It'll take us 2 weeks to do a code review.
Okay, but planning and zoning is not responsible for the fact that they need to turn in new plans to RSA for code review. Is that right?
That shouldn't have anything to do with
But
it.
yeah, but yeah,
But
I understand the point, Nancy, I understand the point, but really what you're saying is get everything else and don't, and until you get every other approval and have spent every dollar on every other aspect of this project, we're not holding you up. But the reality is that we are at a stage more so than developers typically are, where we have to decide on a daily basis where we're going to spend money on this project.
Most developers at this point don't even have a full set of construction drawings, but we've invested so much into this to get this full package approved for you guys. It's crazy to think that before approval, before a preliminary plat approval, we have an entire building construction documents for that. That's never heard of.
That doesn't happen.
Never heard of. And that's what's required through your city, through your village.
Well, I understand you're frustrated. We're just one component of it. And I would love to get you going. I just, we have to raise questions, and you have sufficiently answered some of my questions, but I'm only one of 5 people.
Dale, can you confirm again what this board is really voting for, so that we don't mix constantly engineering with other people's jobs and responsibilities? Can we just one more time put it on the record and clarify what we're voting today and what we have what we're doing today?
Well, normally that question would be asked by the Planning Commission, but considering the lateness of the hour, I'll answer it for you. The vote that's left to do is the preliminary plat approval. The preliminary plat approval is something that,
which documents?
it's pages 3 and 4 of the engineering drawings that you've submitted.
Which is not the grading plan, it's not the utility plan, it's not any of the civil engineering drawings that Tim is approving, is looking at.
Right, but Planning
Just wanted
Commission's
to
point
confirm.
is that once that's granted according to our subdivision regulations, then as long as you've complied with all our other codes, you're able to start clearing and doing foundations.
Which is what we want to do.
Yeah.
And do those plans, the plans that we have tonight, that you're asking us for preliminary approval on, do they accurately show all the limits of disturbance?
They're not.
Across.
This is not part of this. This is not part of the scope of this document.
It is part of the plat that we're approving, or not?
No, it's not. Nancy, it's not. It's not. That's this whole conversation. It has
Why
nothing to do with, it's not a
Because
plat.
that's what is the regulation of the
I'm
village.
not talking about the 35 feet issue. I'm talking about the whole length of the property along the.
Because when you record the plat, you're not recording engineering
drawings.
or sanitary or even
now.
No, but that's
Dale.
the preliminary plat's the basis for the final plat. Yeah.
Dale, the placement of these buildings is based upon modifications that we granted.
Correct.
With the conditions about the protected area and the limits of disturbance. That is the only reason why the plat exists as it does, is because we granted modifications, and those modifications had conditions placed upon them.
But we can't
So
change.
the plat does involve the limits of disturbance, because that's the only reason the buildings are where they are.
No, the plat involves the protected area. And it's not the same thing as what you're saying.
Okay, then I misspoke. When I said that. It's the protected area. So are we seeing exactly where the protected area is on these drawings?
as it was
Maybe-
requested.
Hey, Rob, can you put that back up on the screen? Chris-
Dale, you see where we're trying to go with this. Help us. Is there a way to word a plat approval conditional on, and we've talked about council and the wall and all that, but is there a way to incorporate this piece in it so that if construction can begin, it cannot encroach on any of the protected areas during this preliminary plat approval, or is that apples and oranges?
No, you can do exactly what you said, Judy, but what I'm hearing is some of your fellow commission members are saying they want to protect more than what's shown in the hatched area as the protected common area. That's part of the issue. But preliminary plat approvals all the time have conditions on them. In fact, I rarely see a preliminary plat that gets approved without conditions. So it's.
I'm
yeah.
prepared to approve this preliminary plat with conditions that the protected common area is tightened up.
Well, you can't do that
Why not?
because that doesn't tell Tim anything. It doesn't tell the developer anything. It doesn't tell Rob.
We've already,
anything.
we asked for this last time and I asked for it earlier in the meeting. Why can't the protected area be 5 feet off the foundations on the north side and include the area outside the limits of disturbance on the east end?
That you can do.
Okay, then. I'd like to make a motion to approve this preliminary plat with the following conditions: that the retaining wall placement on the south border will be resolved satisfactorily by action of council and Board of Zoning Appeals. And that the limits of disturbance or the protected common area will be redrawn to account for everything on the north side of the property except for 5 feet beyond the foundation wall, which is was established long ago. And that the new limits of disturbance shown by Mike's drawings that we don't have, but that he provided to BZA apparently, the area outside the limits of disturbance will be considered protected common area. And
Patty,
that
could you-
no
Patty,
work can be
hold on.
started until a construction fence is in place in all areas with a designated limit of disturbance.
Patty, I think we also, for your first point about BZA and council, I think Dale suggested some wording about either it's resolved or withdrawn.
Correct. I think that's what Patty's intent was, but probably better to specify that. Yeah.
So it's either.
And
approved
all of
or
this,
would it be approved or withdrawn? Is that the best
I
language?
just said that it would be resolved satisfactorily to the,
It's a little loose.
okay, it would, I'm not sure how to state it then.
I think
Or
it
you could
would be-
say that the variance is either upheld by the council or the petitioners withdraw their petition to bring it before council.
Okay.
There is one other condition that
And the
Nicole
other
had.
condition, another condition I would have is that this is all requires finalized developers agreement in place and declarations of the homeowners association. And then was there something else, Dale?
Well, that those two documents be satisfactory to the law director.
Yeah, satisfactory to the law director and the planning and zoning commission.
Right. And that's
And
the only
that's
things
it.
that, yeah, unless Nicole can remember something that we can't, I think that's it.
Did we talk about Tim's review and
The
approval?
grading plan
grading.
approval?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
That's an administrative aspect of, that will happen behind the scenes. I don't think that's part of our approval, that it's assumed that he'll do that,
Right.
right?
Right. You don't have to have that in there.
Is there any second for that motion?
Second.
Well, I have something to add to it, that an understanding of what the limited, I forget what it is now and I put it away. The limited protected area.
Limited
so-
common area?
Limited common area or protected area, it's one or the other.
Limited protected area.
Whether it's protected common area or the limited common area.
Nancy, that will be part of the homeowners regulations, I think, how the limited common area will be treated down the road and what people can do with it and what they can't do with it. So I
It's
think
not
that's
there
part-
now.
What?
No, it's
There's
been
there's a
in-
lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, it's been in the HOA declaration
so I think
for
by
at least the last month, unchanged.
Yeah, so I think by saying that we require a approved HOA document, you know, anything you would say about the limited common area would be in there. Does that make sense?
No, but that's okay. Forget it. Well, you
All
know,
right.
Okay, all right. So guys, it's almost midnight. There's a motion and I think there was a second or not?
Yes.
Okay, a second from Judy.
All right, Pelosi,
Aye. Aye.
Rogoff,
yes.
Baker,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Feniger.
Aye.
So that's passed. We approve your preliminary plat, but Dale, somebody will write out these conditions. And if you decide that you don't like the protected common area thing, then so be it. Then you'll have to come back to us and we can, you know, discuss it further. But that was the motion that was just passed.
I think it
I
would
don't,
be-
I don't think we're creating a big hardship or any more work for you. We're just asking you not to take away more trees.
Patty, I think that it would behoove everybody if Rob could get that motion sent over to you so you can approve it. I'll look at it and then we can give it to the developer so everybody's clear on what it is.
That's gonna take a while. I'll
At
get
least
as
till-
quick as I can, but I
Yeah.
have other commitments tomorrow too.
Well, I can, do you want me just to write it out?
Patty, if you could, get it to me and I'll work with you on that and we'll get it clarified for everyone as quickly.
This is recorded, right?
Right, you can ask,
This is
you can ask
recorded.
Christie to click
Yes.
that for you.
Yeah, Patty, the meeting is recorded and it will be available on YouTube almost instantaneously, but I could also get you a downloaded copy if you need it.
Okay, yeah, and I'll just, Rob, I'll just, I'll write it up and send it over to you and you can do whatever you need to do with it. And if you don't, you know, if you guys at Brick House don't like the motion, then we can work further. But this way, you know what, you know, this way, you know, there's not going to be any further changes thrown at you. You can start everything you've been saying you need to start. But we will have protection of the areas that we thought were sensitive on this site. So I think it's a pretty good compromise. It's the best we can.
Can I maybe just have one question? For that on the east side, for this 5 feet, when we talk to the actual subcontractor who's going to do the excavation?
Not 5 feet. No, not 5 feet on the east side. It was 5 feet off the north side of the buildings, which you had already agreed to. On
Okay.
the east side, it'll be whatever Mike had shown there.
Okay, okay, I
Mike,
just
it was
wanted to
like-
confirm that because I wasn't
Yeah,
clear.
no, it's like down the middle here. He had the curvy line.
Okay, so you just want this to be like submitted as he showed it okay. Okay, I just
the
wanted to
air-
make
with-
sure because
with-
tomorrow I'm gonna talk to the subcontractor who is going to excavate and talk to them about this. Just wanted to make sure, because we're not going to have the meeting minutes right away and
Right.
all of the wording so that I can exactly see what it says. Just wanted to make sure I understand what is happening there.
And also,
Um,
when we get all the words of the motion and get that finalized, I'll get that over to you, Alexandra and Michael, because we'll need the plat documents updated with that. Because that, even for preliminary, we need Patty to sign off on those at the preliminary level too.
Okay.
So Alexandra, I think he had drawings that showed the limit of disturbance.
Mhm.
That's what I'm talking about. Beyond that would be protected.
Will be protected. Okay.
But inside that, you're already excavating. We're not saying you can't excavate there. It's 15, 20 feet or something. But along the north side here,
So
This-
along the north side, we're staying beyond the 5-foot setback from the crescent bank as asked. But there's some areas obviously with the building juts in and out that gives us a little bit more room to work. That's beyond that 5-foot. So some of this, it might be 10 foot off that crescent slope. In certain areas like where this Chagrin River top of bank, that might be 10 or 15 foot off the crest of the bank.
yeah, I'm saying that that should be 5 feet off the building.
All right.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks for your time, everybody.
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
We need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I second
I
it.
second that.
I third it.
Good night,
Who made the
all.
motion there? I'm sorry.
Wendy,
Wendy made it and Judy
Whoever.
seconded.
We all. we're
Everybody
unanimous.
second.
everybody say aye now.
Aye.
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 Very good.
Night.
11:47.
Thank you all.
Good night.